Hey guys, it's Pokey Dude. Here with Misaki, the only up master, and welcome back to Fate Ataraxia. Can I tell everyone what happened with only up the other day?
Serious thing that just took me up and only up, and I loved it.
Yeah, yeah. So Misaki and her other friends in Amberglow were having an only up competition. For anyone who doesn't know, it's one of those platformers where one mistake can send you back a ways, like getting over it or Jump King. So Misaki got lost on the ground floor for a bit, and she found this magic elevator that took her most of the way up. And she just went
I
up
love that elevator. That was the
yeah.
best.
And she just went up a little bit further and camped out for the rest of the race because it was whoever could get the highest in 1 hour. And she ended up winning that way.
Like, that was satisfying.
One person actually did manage to pass you, but she fell literally at the last minute. So
I had a feeling that would happen to me if I continued, so I'm like, you know what? I have to resist. Resist temptation.
yep. Okay, so as far as Hall Attraction is concerned, last time we learned that Angermanyu and Shiro want to do unspeakable things to Bizette and Karen. Okay. Oh, by the way, update on the first stream that I mentioned got demonetized. It was remonetized after a manual review, but to be safe, we'll try to avoid saying that four-letter R word from now on.
Uh-huh.
All right, so where should we go first? We got Illya here. We got Temple, Ghost House.
You know, go sound fun.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, I guess I shouldn't go. That's right. What the hell am I doing? I keep saying the town is strange, but what's really strange is this recklessness of mine. There's nothing remotely suspicious about it. Not one particle of me feels like staying around here. All right, let's head back to the part of town with actual people in it. Well, that was a waste.
Wow.
Okay, so should we talk to Sakura or Saber?
Wait, that's... He's going to his own room? Let's go to his room.
Oh, yeah.
Senpai, do you have a moment?
As I rest in my room, I hear Sakura's voice. Sure, I reply, and she comes in. Did I forget to bring out the laundry or something?
No, that's not it. Today's dinner. What should we do about it?
Huh? Is it time already? I rise up. Weekends mean a lot more people are coming over for dinner, and we might not make it in time if we don't start soon. It was your turn today, right, Sakura?
Yes, if you have anything particular in mind. But I should listen to Saber-san and Fujimura-sensei's suggestions too.
Alright, I'll help you out. My break has been interrupted anyway. It would be more meaningful to help out Sakura now.
But you're resting, Senpai?
I've had my fill. Well, if you've become so skilled that you don't need my help, there's probably nothing for me to do.
No, I haven't. I still haven't learned all the secrets of the art from you.
Yep, and that's good. Okay, then let's get cooking.
Senpai, that smile is off limits. It's nothing, okay? Then please help me, Senpai. Huh? This box is...
Sakura notices something and stops. Yeah, that's the box of fruit Fujine brought over. We have 2 boxes of persimmons. We've got to eat them all again.
Did Fujimura-sensei share some with us? How kind of her. Wow. There's so much. Is this all of it?
I think she has more over at her house.
Apples would have been gone pretty quickly if we just made pies, but persimmons. What are we gonna do with these?
It might just work. I start picking them out of the box. The size should be about right. Sakura, let's use these as ingredients for today's meal.
What do you mean? These? You mean the persimmons?
Yeah, it's the second best thing to apples in cooking. Should be able to make something like a salad. So let's use these for today. It'd certainly be a first. It's about time I start exploring the culinary frontiers, though. The god of cookery must have put these in our house to guide us.
It does sound intriguing.
Then let's count out a few. First, the firm ones, then the soft ones will be for dessert tonight.
Okay.
Sakura uses her skirt to carry the persimmons. How should I put this? It's really feminine thing to do. I'm actually a little envious of the persimmons now lying on her skirt.
Senpai, what kind of menu are you thinking of?
Sakura asks as she washes the rice. I did say I was going to use them, but I can't I can only stare at them now, piled on top of the cutting board. Now that I think about it, not that many dishes need persimmons.
Then shall we make some salad first? I think we have some daikon radishes.
Daikon and persimmons. Sort of like raw fish with vegetables and vinegar, although it's still only a side dish. No matter how much I stare at them, no ideas come to mind. I finally give up and look inside the refrigerator for more ingredients. It's a lot of ingredients, it's like solving a puzzle. This and this. We could even use this.
Bacon? Oh? Tsutsumiyaki? Like asparagus or potato?
Gotta give it to her, it's pretty accurate for just glancing over the ingredients. Looks like she hasn't noticed the dumpling wrap or cheese though. I'll be wrapping and frying them. I'm going to cut the persimmon with cheese and fry it all in gyoza wrap.
Then the only seasoning will be salt, right?
Right, since both are somewhat sweet, adding stuff like soy sauce could easily spoil it. Either way, it's still a pretty simple dish. We get to leave the side menu territory, though.
That's awesome, Senpai. I wouldn't have thought of it myself. Then tonight's menu will be...
Persimmon salad with dressing, persimmon fried dumplings, persimmon bacon wraps.
Right.
Sakura's reaction is only lukewarm. I know what she wants to say. The dinner table would indeed look pretty desolate with just this much.
We can't put persimmons in the miso soup. How about mixing persimmons with rice for sushi rolls?
That's good, but we still don't have a main dish. And so, Chef Mato, as I assume my didactic tone, Sakura straightens her back at attention.
Yes, Chef Emiya.
Good reaction, thank you. So as I was saying, tonight being Persimmon Special Night, follow with the concept.
Yes, the concept.
Chef Mato's eyes are fixed on me, full of anticipation. In other words, the highlight, the main dish of tonight. I would like to leave it up to you, Chef Mato.
Yes, you said what I hadn't... Wait, what?
Sakura is surprised at her recently gotten big role.
That's... Sorry, Senpai, I don't have any ideas.
Oh no, there's still plenty of choices. Okay, a hint. Today will be the Persimmon Special Night. Okay, I guess Kaki's gonna be set up for a pun or something. Sounds like she picked up on it. Wasting no time, she gets out a package of seafood from the refrigerator. That's right, since it's the Persimmon special night.
Oysters? Oh
glad-
no.
I'm glad they put the furigana thing there, because that would have not made any sense otherwise. Right, persimmons and oysters. It's just a pun. They're both part of the flavor of autumn.
I see. That's great, Senpai. I have to say it's a little corny, but that's what makes you my teacher.
That's a complicated way of speech my student has adopted. Anyway, back to the main topic. These oysters in the fridge. Did you buy them, Sakura?
Yes, although I prefer the live ones with the shell intact.
The ones you could eat fresh just by sprinkling lemon on? Yeah, not the kind of luxury we can afford. So what will you do with these? Fry them?
I was thinking about gratin myself, but fried sounds good too.
Alright, we're all set with both concept and variety. With the dishes planned, there shouldn't be any complaints. Even Fujine should be happy. Let's divide this up. Salad and gratin will be yours, and frying and baking will be mine.
Wouldn't this be too much for you, Senpai?
You'd be taking care of the white sauce, and more would be too much for you. Dishes requiring fire are best when done by one person. We skillfully divide up the workload. Preparing food for this many people, we have to plan the oven schedule, and even with 2 cooks, it's quite a lot of work.
Let's get started, Senpai.
Let's first skin the persimmons. There are seeds, so you have to cut it the right way.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Okay,
The
nighttime.
dinner scares me. I love persimmon, but and a lot of those ingredients, but oh my goodness, I could never imagine them together.
I've never had persimmons or oysters, so I've got no frame of reference.
Heck, even the bacon and cheese. And ooh, we can hang around the Emiya residence for once.
Yeah. Okay, we can talk to Saber or Fujine.
You know, we haven't seen Fujin in a while.
Yeah. Now then, speaking of things to do in the living room, have a rest. Another long, tiring day. Just a normal day as always, but all the events really tired me out. I take a bath and brush my teeth. Turn down the gas, lock the doors, and that should be it. I wonder if Fujine went home. It'd be bad if I locked everything up while she's still here. No, wait, she has the house key, and it's not like she'd leave everything wide open when going home. Escort her home? Nah, she has a scooter now. That'd be pretty hard. Besides, the Fujimura group members might come to greet her on the way. If so, she should be well protected. It's okay, let's just go to bed. Good night. May tomorrow be another good day. What? Poltergeist? Do we ever have such fun things in this house?
Ah!
Ugh! Who is it all of a sudden?
Why are you sleeping so peacefully, Shiro?
Ouch, you're Fujine, aren't you?
Uh-huh. You thought Sabertron would do something like this? Don't say that, Shiro. It's been 3 hours since the pizza and I'm hungry.
Don't act so proud of yourself. Not even Tosaka would knee drop me as I'm sleeping. Wait, you haven't gone home yet?
Man, since she said pizza and the last scene we had was the persimmon pizza. Not yet. The night is still young.
Clock says it's not quite 10 p.m. yet. Say by the time everyone's sleeping would be overly wholesome. However, at least one person is up until the day changes.
There sleep already. Onichan is bored.
Sakura has been busy with the club. Ryder and Saber need to rest out of necessity, and everyone's tired. I am too.
Boring, boring.
We've got a spoiled brat here. I wish she would focus this chaotic energy of hers on school, or at least the archery club. Nah, Fujine couldn't focus her energy like that. Yeah. Anyway, Fujine, just go home and go to sleep already.
I'll go home if Shido plays with me.
Play with you? You want to play cards? I'm drowsy, but I'm not so sleepy that I can't endure this. I'm in that game with the two of us. I'm not sure if it makes me feel nostalgic or lonely.
Is that stirring you up?
Anything is fine, but it needs to be doable with just two players. Poker or speed?
There's still a better chance of winning at speed.
I guess doubt was never your thing. I can tell a lie as soon as the card is dealt, after all. Tosaka and Sakura are also both surprisingly good at that game. They're able to escape sticky situations quite well. Well, that aside.
I'm not that interested in it.
Yeah, Saber and Sakura would get fired up if they were here, but they're both sleeping. Going to wake them up would be too awkward. I can't say it's all because Fujine's feeling lonely with a straight face.
It's been a long time since the two of us have talked about what's on our minds.
Something you want to talk to me about?
Various things. Topics you've been avoiding, like your future.
Fujine touches on a painful spot. That's right, Fujine is worried about my public and private matters, so I can't handle this sloppily. Understood. I realize we need to talk about it eventually, so go ahead.
It'd be difficult to talk about in front of Saber-chan or Sakura-chan. And you don't come to the guidance counseling office when called.
First of all, I don't think I've ever been called there, okay? I stand up from the futon. Huh? Oh, she looks up at me with confusion.
What's wrong, Shido?
I'm going to make some tea. Is Genmaicha alright?
Sure. And bring my cup, please.
When a conversation starts getting long, it's best to have some tea. Ah, right, the hot water in the pot's already cooled off. I can't make tea unless I boil it again. I could boil it quickly in a kettle. It was going to be quick, but it took longer than I expected. My apologies to Fujine for the wait. It was my idea in the first place. Well, I won't get smacked for making her wait a bit. In addition, she suddenly showed up tonight and woke me up with a knee drop. I certainly wish she'd done that a little differently. That would have been a luxury. Fujine has acted that way since way back when, and she'll continue to be like that. But back then, I used to retaliate. So we had pretend martial arts, and you didn't win until the other tapped out from an arm lock. Back then, Fujine was bigger than me. Wonder who would win if I went at her with all I have now. Nah. Even though I've gotten taller, that doesn't mean I could beat her now. I was thinking about Fujine, the water got to the boiling point. I quickly prepared the Genmaicha, pouring into Fujine's tiger-striped cup and mine. Now then, let's see how patient she was. If she sneaked into Saber's room in the meantime, it would sure be a relief, but it could become problematic. Hey, Fujine, the tea. I start to say, but I stop myself. While I was getting the tea, she has already dozed off. And right on top of my futon, no less. Went through the trouble of making this tea, only to see it go to waste. She came into my room uninvited, said she wanted to talk, then when I take my eyes off her, she falls asleep. Truly, this big sister of mine just can't be helped. I put a blanket over her so she doesn't get cold. and the tea since I brought it here. I'll help myself to it. The bed is now occupied. I have to suck it up, take a blanket, and go to sleep on a cushion in the living room or something.
Shiro. Nya nya.
Fujine talks in her sleep happily. See you then. Good night, Fujine. See you tomorrow. Tonight I'll probably have a nostalgic dream. Alright. Let's see what we got here. Okay, we got something important on the big bridge, or we can go talk to one of these two.
You know, talk to Saber this time.
Alright. As I was passing through the living room to my usual lunch prep, to start my usual lunch preparations, I noticed Saber engrossed in reading. Quite unusual for her. Having not noticed my presence just yet, she's leaning forward, her cat-like eyes wide open, staring intently at something on the top of the table. I'm sure I'm interested in the contents of that magazine now. I wouldn't want to interrupt. I'll just go straight to the kitchen.
Shiro, great timing.
For what? As I turn around, Saber finally peels her eyes off the page. The thing she presents in front of me, of her chest, is a large magazine with a colorful banner headline. That's a bit of a surprise. I imagine Saber would be interested in more serious magazines.
Shiro, what kind of taste does this foie gras have?
Foie gras?
Yes, that. Also, what about caviar, truffles, shark fin, bird's nest soup, matsutake mushrooms, splendid Alfonsino, spine lobster, Jinhua ham, Peking duck, guinea fowl, pufferfish, soft-shell turtle, wasan bone sugar, Ibari melon, Matsuzaka beef.
Hold on, what on earth are you talking about? Saber's eyes were so serious I unconsciously got scared and interrupted her.
Oh, she wants all the expensive food.
Yeah. Why are you so suddenly interested in those things?
This.
And so Saber turns the cover of the book she's holding towards me. High-class food you have to try once? What is this book? I don't recall buying this book. Come to think of it, there's no reason for me to have it either. Sakura has a collection of recipe books that I'll never be able to match, but this is more like a guidebook.
Michael left it here some time ago.
Now I understand. I can see the underlying motive. She probably thought by leaving it here in the living room, Sakura or I would look over and say, okay, let's have matsutake mushrooms for dinner tonight. And judging by the shine in Saber's eyes, Fujine's plan is already about 50% successful. So you're saying you're interested in this?
Yes, these are all ingredients I would like to taste. I'm certain they would be delicious.
Hold on a second, I just realized I forgot to set my phone to Do Not Disturb. Okay.
Mando, Emiya's gonna have to take on some more part-time jobs.
Yeah. Saber visualizes the high-class ingredients she's yet to try. But with the normal person's access to high-quality goods, I doubt I can rise to the culinary standard of high-ranking person. Didn't you live in a castle as a king? That's very luxurious. Crap, it wasn't like that. What a gaffe. Certainly Saber lived a country life. However, at that time, there were no pompous royal feasts or formal table manners for that matter. To begin with, the French brought high-class food with them. What century are we talking about here?
Shiro, I believe I told you before. In my time, there were no plates. The meat was merely cooked and thrown onto the table. And you shaved it off with a knife.
Sorry, Saber. That was my bad. I do want to say that you can have whatever you like to eat as an apology. Indeed, with our household's finances saying, alright, how about we go eat there, with that menu is an impossible dream. It's a stretch, but if it's for you alone, I'll manage it somehow.
Me alone, you say?
Yes, that's the limit. Apart from that, if Tosaka lends me a hand with an investment of a jewel or something, maybe I can take everyone out to a fancy place in Shinto.
Knowing Rain, that kind of a fictional scene is hardly imaginable.
I agree completely. She's distinctively cheap, stingy, and a born miser. I don't want to hear her complaining. Besides, I simply can't imagine Tosaka being that lavish. Yeah, I do want to take you to a rich celebrity-like place someday, but until then, you'll have to put up with the food that I make.
What are you saying, Shiro? I'm very satisfied with the food in this house. I've never considered myself to be patiently enduring it.
She says such a wonderful thing with a straight face. If you say it like that, my fighting spirit will be boosted even for just lunch preparations.
Therefore, I believe that someday you will personally harvest high-class ingredients. You will make a splendid meal, which you will use to decorate this dining table.
Eh?
Because I believe in you.
What do you believe in? Saber throws out a reckless word of belief. She flips through the magazine in her hand and finally opens to a page she was after.
Yes, goose, foie, quack. How about we start from the matter of feeding and caring for the goose itself?
Quack. Hold on a minute, Saber.
If a goose is too much trouble, a pig is another choice. As far as feeding livestock goes, pigs are ideal. Moreover, did you know, Shiro? According to this book, only sows can find truffles underground.
That's not true. You can train dogs to do it too.
Of course, there are different varieties of ham, so we will have to choose the breed. Oh, she wants to eat it too.
Give me that. I'll make sure to smack its rightful idiot owner with it. In one smooth motion, she stands up and quickly evades my hand. Nimbly walking through the corridor, she puts on slippers and goes out to the yard. Hey, Saber, it's dangerous to walk without looking down.
You finally noticed, Shiro. Compared to my faraway castle, Camelot, the Emiya residence is missing something. That is, a vegetable garden and a livestock hut. Fortunately, there's plenty of space here in the yard. Oh? Could it be that Kiritsugu anticipated this, and thus secured an appropriate site?
Nope, Dad wouldn't have had such particular foresight. Well, if you really want to try, I can give you some space for a decent-sized kitchen garden. But we wouldn't be raising a sow, goose, or a turtle. Just that tigress alone is enough.
Tiger, Highly valued since ancient times, tiger meat is said to be to horse meat with what sakura is to bamboo. I wonder what it tastes like.
I don't
Butter?
understand. I don't understand that analogy.
Yeah.
This is a trans saber standing in the middle of the yard. Seems to have a convenient filter in her ears for my voice. Earth to King, come back, Your Majesty. By the way, I think the butter thing is a reference to like an old folktale about a tiger that chases its tail around a tree and spins around so fast that it turns to butter. Gets referenced.
Delicious.
Gets referenced sometimes in Japanese media.
Even if a garden is impossible, I will not give up just yet. After all, Fuyuki City is a natural treasure trove. Mountain vegetables, forests, an abundance of seafood. A fertile land truly blessed by God. Ah, the dream continues.
Before that, wipe the drool off your face, Saber. With the demonic book clutched tightly in her chest, Saber looks up at the clear autumn sky and sees faraway Food Kingdom. Okay, guess we only have one option. Falls upon us, and its telltale sign, fallen leaves, are scattered all over the yard. No matter how beautiful the scenery might look, they need to be swept up eventually. Now that I think about it, today would be a good time as any to do it. Guess that does it. I thought the whole yard might be a bit much for one person, but moving quickly wasn't all that tiring. Saber's training wears me out far quicker. Well, I did sweep them all up, but now what? I stare at the huge pile that now prominently occupies the corner of the yard. Tomorrow isn't a burnable garbage day yet, and it's difficult to store it all. Besides, for all the effort that went into sweeping up the leaves and twigs, it feels like a waste just to throw them out. Well, it's the season after all. Fortunately, everything I need is here. I did it a few times when Kiritsugu was still around. It's been a while, so maybe I'll give it a try. Good, seems I haven't forgotten it yet. I burned the leaves and baked the sweet potatoes I had in the kitchen. Now I just need to keep an eye on the bonfire and wait. As the time comes, I take out the potatoes wrapped in aluminum foil. Even with gloves, they're searing hot. Baked potatoes, no doubt. I stuffed my cheeks with sweet potatoes all alone. Sure, they're finger-licking good, but sitting in front of the bonfire eating all by myself is kind of lonely. Of course, it just had to be now, when no one else is in the house. Smoke rises up from the remains of the bonfire in front of me, slowly drifting into the sky. Sure would be nice to bring something bring someone along next time.
His entire day just inside of his courtyard.
Yeah. Okay, so should we go for a walk this time?
Yeah, he's been in the house all day.
With Saber. Okay. North or south?
Let's go south.
We go down the opposite side of the residential district from the Emiya household. From the entrance of the neighborhood to the hill that Tosaka's house is on, there's nothing out of place.
I noticed out of the blue, but what do you think of the difference between Rin's and Sakura's houses, Shiro?
Now that you ask, I haven't really thought about it. Why all of a sudden? Did you notice something strange?
No, this has nothing to do with the patrol. It is just something I have wondered about before. But it is difficult to ask in front of the people involved.
Difficult to ask, eh? Something to do with magic?
Nothing like that. Well, not really. You see, Sakura's house is, in every respect, larger. However, the Tosaka family are the supervisors of this land. I just do not think it right for a lord to have a smaller estate than a vassal.
Saber's not one to worry about money. Rather, she's the type that would prefer to be more fussy. She's the type that would prefer to be more fussy about money. But I think this is more the case of a former king having a particular strict evaluation criteria for her colleagues. The person that governs a piece of land must have an appropriately furnished estate, in the way a member of royalty would think. Moving on.
So, I was wondering, I understand that Rin does not want to exploit a family member, but this is also a matter of a lord's duty. Before it gives rise to unnecessary quarreling, shall I advise her to either expand the Tosaka household, or perhaps annex the Mato residence instead?
Advice like that may well end up with a sister's quarrel that will leave the whole of Fuyuki in ruins. Scary thing is, Tosaka would probably agree with Saber's point. Please don't. Besides, this lord rules from the shadows, right? It would be bad if she stood out too much, so I think she tries to live modestly.
Now that you say that, that does seem to be the case. Rin's choice of modest lifestyle must be to hide her position as the head of the Tosaka family.
Yep, that's right. So don't tell her, Rin, you sure managed to live in poverty or anything of the sort. That's the damage will be done to me instead.
Yes. Then as Rin's friend, let us pretend not to notice her efforts.
Tosaka is blessed to have such an understanding ally. Of course, it's a misinterpretation, but that's all fine as long as the result is the same. On that note, how about we go back? There doesn't seem to be anything unusual here. After a long detour, the moon marches on. Before it gets straight overhead, let's do what needs to be done. Alright. Okay, temple or Emiya residence?
Who's at the temple?
Nope. Oh yeah, we gotta check this out.
Yep, let's go.
Ryudo Temple, Fuyuki Mountain. I once asked Issei about its history. He produced a list of mysterious names befitting a famous temple and left me even more confused. Well, most of the temple's population couldn't care less about these things. But for the New Year and other events, the temple still gathers believers atop the mountain. So here's one of these pilgrims. Did you just come here for fun, Fujine?
Humph. What's the fun in climbing a long flight of stone steps?
The stone steps keep going all the way from the base of the mountain to the temple gate. Must have taken her a fair amount of effort. Climbing up here isn't exactly a one-step affair.
That's right. After bunny hopping all the way up and down 10 times, even you must feel refreshed, Shiro.
My knees would give out before I'm done with that.
Eh? Youngsters don't do it with a spare tire and iron sandals these days, do they?
Iron sandals? Where the heck would you even get those? Wait, probably from the Fujimura group. Old man Raiga has been strutting around in single-tooth tall sandals, I believe. Is he a Tengu?
And a spare tire, like, is there exercise carrying it above their head while jumping up the stairs?
Usually when I see tires in an anime, like they tie it around their waist, like with a rope, and they just drag it along the ground.
Okay, that's a little bit better than what I was imagining. So, did you come just for fun too? Big Sis will be worried if a healthy young man says that his hobby is mountains, you know? Like, how did I raise you with such gloomy interests?
Worry not, your education policy did not include anything even close to such blatant activities, Fujine.
That's right, it didn't. Okay, let's visit the shrine.
We walk over to the temple grounds and get some purifying water. It's been a while since we visited a shrine together. Since New Year's, I guess. Every year, Fujine dresses up in a really profound-looking kimono, but that's another story. How about an offering?
It's about fate, so 5 yen.
Can't you do 500?
55.
Coming up one order of magnitude short, sadly. Of course, even if we do, putting in paper bills will be unheard of. Faith is what matters. That's what I'd like to believe. Alright, so what should I pray for? Household well-being, road safety, academic success. Wondering what Fujine is wishing for. I take a sideways glance.
Let Shiro grow up strong and healthy.
Crap, I wasn't ready for that. I'm touched. Does she really worry about me that much?
And also, please, let me get a hot boyfriend.
As I was praying for his safety and well-being, that thought crossed my mind too. But you know, Fujine, you're making an awfully common request.
please save the Siberian tiger from extinction? The Bengal tiger is in danger of becoming extinct too.
Gradually running out of material if we get to the tigers. You know, it's been like 20 years since this came out. I wonder if any of them are like technically extinct yet.
Yeah, I wanted to look that up too. I just grabbed my phone. Siberian tiger.
Let's see.
Population fewer than 4,000.
So they're not extinct yet, so that's good.
Yeah, still endangered, but hey, at least they're alive.
Let's check out the Bengal tiger. Yeah, looks like they're still around too. Okay. So the prayer for my adulthood is lumped together with other material. My feelings are now mixed.
So, what did you wish for, Shiro?
For world peace.
Yours is always the same, isn't it? Don't you ever go more like a girl now and stuff?
If I did, the deity would probably be quite troubled. Pretty sure this mountain isn't oriented toward marriages.
Plus, he already has that.
Yeah. And besides, marital success with whom? The train of thought is interrupted by a familiar voice. Yo, look, it's been ages since we met, Shiro-kun. Morning. Really nice weather today, isn't it?
Ah.
I think that's just one of the people from one of the monks there. Good morning, Fujimura-sensei. Morning, Emiya. The two just came out from the main hall, are Issei and his older brother, Reikon. We've been making quite a bit of noise, and they probably came to check it out. Greetings. Good morning.
Rei-chan and Ryudo-kun, hello.
Fujine waves at them with a smile. Rei-chan is Reikon-san, just making sure. Good to see you in high spirits, as always. By the look of it, you're here to pay homage to our temple. Indeed, we are delighted to have you visit today. Also, we have been indebted to greatly by the Fujimura house this summer. Well, thank you in my father's stead. Before long, the high priest himself will be paying you a visit.
Worry about it, really. Is the Honorable Preceptor doing well?
He's well, quite well. Although 10 years of service do weigh on him. This month, claiming pursuit of knowledge, he went to another mountain temple. Lose not to the Fujimura Senior. Those were his spirited words.
The old man used to say that too, actually. This New Year's Eve, I will not be outdone by that Ryudo geezer. Save up lots and hold tight, or something like that.
That sounds promising. That desire for money runs a little deeper than most people's. We're definitely looking forward to getting sliced and diced by the Senior. Hahaha. Pleasant laughing voice resounds throughout the temple grounds. Issei's father and old man Raiga's relationship is downright murderous. Furthermore, Fujine, Reikon, and Neko-san were all classmates. There must be a connection to the little-known ruling sect of the Miyama town. Why are you trembling, Emiya? It's kind of chilly and stuff.
Both our old man, even Rei-chan's father, are fond of Shiro. Yep, so we'd like you guys to teach us.
Teach what exactly? Chivalry and meditation? No, maybe gambling and praying? Oh no, there's... Oh, wait. Oh no, there's no need for it, Junior. Shiro-kun will turn out quite well, I'm sure. Accomplished in both literary and martial arts, and excelling at chivalry. A fine fellow, I'd say.
Aw, I wonder about that. He's alright now, but I'd really like him to be awesome like Rei-chan stuff.
No way, a student like me can never have the composure that Raycon always does.
Sure you can. Ray-chan, remember back when we were at Homodahara? You'd get surrounded by guys from our school and still keep laughing. Well, you did get beaten up in the end, though.
Oh, but that was a while ago. And before I came to realize my fate, Taiga-kun had already tended to my wounds. Oh, a word of welcome for the clumsy and inexperienced monk. Taiga-kun's sole companionship. They laugh, and a tiger and a wandering monk. Amazing. I mean, I'm actually looking at a man that is more than able to talk back to Fujine in more ways than one. You're amazing, Raycon-san. Like, just awesome. A mind this broad can keep company with Fujine must be the stuff of legends. Brother Raycon is my role model. How about it, Emiya? Come to the mountain. Let's pursue this ideal together. Before I knew it, Issei starts persuading me to. At this rate, Fujine may well end up selling me off to them. Although I must admit, I do find the monk lifestyle somewhat appealing. Issei, who has been laughing, come to the mountain, suddenly straightens himself. Brother Soichiro, what brings you here? I've been asked to deliver a message to your older brother. Good morning, Fujimura-sensei, Emiya. Ah. Right, Kuzuki-sensei lives here too. Whenever his lean figure is around, it's as if one's entire body is being oppressed, making it difficult to even open your mouth.
Hello, Kuzuki-sensei.
Oh, wait, I've lost track of who's talking. Thank you for... Hello, Kuzuki-sensei. Thank you for your help as always. Here, too, your help is appreciated every day. Please take your time. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, okay. Raycon, your father is on the phone. Right, my apologies. See you later, Shiro-kun Jr. Have a nice day. I'm guessing he's calling her Kohai. You come too, Issei. In case there will be a particularly difficult question again. I may not manage alone. Okay, to the extent of my abilities. Well then, please excuse me too. Bowing respectfully, the two of them leave. Phew. Unconsciously, I relax a little. Now I only have 2 characters to voice. No matter how sociable Raycon might be, he still has an air of strictness about him. Issei, Raycon, Kuzuki-sensei, do these types of people tend to gather at temples?
Well, we better get going as well.
Sorry for putting you off like this. It was not fated to happen today, but please don't hesitate to visit next time. Issei will be glad to see you. Alright, until next time. Leaving the main building behind, I follow Fujine across the temple grounds.
That sure was a surprise. Turns out Kuzuki-sensei lives here too.
Yeah, the 3 of them are pretty much like brothers, don't you think?
I know. Oh, but I wonder if we look like siblings too.
It'd be nice if we did. We've been living like brother and sister since forever. It'd even be kind of proud to have others see us that way.
Alright, I'll drop in the back for a bit. What about you, Shiro?
I'll be back after a stroll. I'd like to go to the hills by the temple for a bit.
Okay. You don't worry about lunch for me then.
Parting with Fujine, I leave the temple grounds. Well then, what should I do next? Okay. Let's see, at school we've got a mystery, or we've got... say we're at the Emiya residence.
We can go to school.
Alright.
We've been at the Emiya residence so much. Hey, wait. Aren't you Emiya senpai?
I look back towards the voice trying to stop me. Oh, who's this guy?
Ooh, yeah.
I discover an underclassman that I'm sure I've seen somewhere. Huh? You are... Mitsuzuri Minori, first year. I'm a member of the archery club, as you might know. Ah, you're Mitsuzuri's little brother. I knew I'd seen you somewhere. Now that I think about it, I've seen him around since early spring. Sakura vouches that his archery skills aren't too shabby. Mitsuzuri claims him as all show and unacceptable, but she's the type that's harder on her family, so he might just be the club's most promising ace. How about you stop calling me Mitsuzuri's little brother? Out with the formalities. Just Minori or you will do, Emiya-senpai. Okay, so just Minori? Yes, both of us could use the simplicity. Wonder if he's been being implied on purpose or because he just is. Either way, I can't say he makes a good first impression. So what do you need, Minori? You stopped me for a reason, right? I need nothing from you. It's just that it's an eyesore to see someone who isn't even in a club wandering aimlessly around. You're still a former member of the archery club, even if you don't look like it. So I thought I'd ask you what you were doing. I was checking something out. Are you on the way back from the club? Don't ask something so obvious. I came to drop off some things in the classroom after club, and now I'm heading back. I see. But even then, this is the third year's hallway. I don't think there's any first year classes here. We both keep our silence. Minori seems to have something on his mind, but he's certainly not saying it. Strange, he doesn't seem the type to hold back. So how's the archery club? What do you think of the captain as a member? Oh, want to hear from a first year's perspective, not that of Mitsuzuri or Fujine. I think Captain Mato is doing a good job. It's hard to progress when there are a lot of novices like me. But surely everyone can grasp it by next year. I see. I was worried Sakura might be overworking herself, so hearing that from a current member is a relief. What are you talking about? You've quit the club. She doesn't need your concern. Sounds as if you still have some lingering affection or something. Ugh. He's full of hostility. Perhaps Mitsuzuri's little brother is really upset by the fact that I quit the club. Hey, did you come to pick a fight with me because I quit? I don't really care. Despite having a fair bit of skill, you still quit. So you might have had a good reason. It's a refresher when you show up, and my sister seems to be in a better mood when you come too, so it ain't bad. I don't get it. The wildest hostility. If that's all, then do you mind? I still have stuff to do around the school. No, just wait just a second. I don't have any business with you. However, Mei-chan said you'd know more about this. Stuff like captain's hobbies, likes. I would like for you to tell me some.
Oh.
Now I get it. No, in this case, it'd be hard not to. So I thought I'd ask. If you don't know, it's all good too. Well, I kind of do, but what are you going to do with that? If you're going to use it for something silly, then I'll have to end this here. Not that I have to tell you. Same, I don't feel like answering to you either. Just like she said, a shrewd fella. The boy curses me softly. His attitude is a little stiff, but Minori seems to be a reasonable guy otherwise. You see, the reasons are entirely personal. I wouldn't misuse it. I'm just going to refer to it as I buy a gift. Ah, I see. In other words, you like Sakura, right? It's not like I like her or anything, Baka. But if the fall tournament starts soon, I wanted to do something for the captain since she looks so tired. He answers calmly. Inside that burning red face is about to set me ablaze as well. I see, I see. So what is it about Sakura that you like? Hey, are you even listening to me? Sure am. And that's what I like to hear. I'd like to hear about. Sincerity, 0. I don't want to talk. He turns his face away. And again, silence. There isn't really a reason. She's a beauty, that's all. It seems like he gave vent into the silence. Yep, I'm sure Mitsuzuri loves to make fun of a character like this. A beauty, eh? That's one big compliment. Now, don't you think Mitsuzuri is beautiful too? Don't you dare compare her to my sister. My sister isn't even a girl to begin with. Oh wow. That's one bombshell of a statement to make while Mitsuzuri's anywhere within a kilometer-wide radius from here. This man is not to be underestimated. No, I misspoke. Please don't tell my sister I said that. Yeah, no need to even ask. She'd shoot me to death first if I did. I don't want my friend to get a criminal record, but more importantly, I value my life. Let's go back to the main topic, Minori. So what about the captain do you like? Maybe her maturity? Anything else? Sometimes the way her cheeks become red when she spills some tea without others noticing. Or maybe her gentle spirit when she's having fun. I find that fascinating, albeit rare. Right. Okay, my turn next. Sakura's current hobby is cooking. She likes obanyaki from Edomaya. And as for the stuff she wants, some kind of casual clothing, I guess? I'm not too sure about the last one, but I think I heard her say something like that to Ryder the other day. Is it okay to tell me all that? It can't be helped. I've heard so much. It's only fair to tell you. Third bout of silence. But since it doesn't look like there will be anything accomplished after all this, I'll end this here. Alright then. Good luck with the tournament. Yeah. No, I don't need to hear that from you. I'll do my best on my own. And Minori goes on his way. Well, what do you know? I knew Sakura was popular, but I think that even Mitsuzuri's brother... Her maturity, eh? Caught me off guard. What can I say? Maybe it's just Minori-kun, or maybe that's how the underclassmen see it. Either way, Sakura has become one fine senpai.
It's a mysterious little brother. I feel a little bit bad for him though because he doesn't know the truth.
Yeah.
It's like, sorry, kid. Sakura's taken already, technically.
Yeah. Well, depends on what timeline this is. Alright, let's go north. Nothing that noticeable on this end of the residential district. There's just no one walking outside. But there's nothing out of the ordinary otherwise.
There are no concrete abnormalities, but I do feel that something is not quite right.
More like the facts are contradicting each other. We can hear the peaceful clamor of families enjoying their post-supper evening. The eve at Miyama is still lit up by the lights coming from these houses. So then, why is that on a normal evening? Why is it that on a normal evening like this we haven't passed by anyone else? Well, there's no danger, so who cares? On to the next one. Let's go. I turn my back on the Japanese-style end of the residential district. Saber, somebody just went inside that house. Looks like he just came back from work. What looks to be a silhouette of a person smoothly enters the dwelling without even ringing the doorbell.
Is that true? I did not notice.
Ah, so you couldn't see it from over there. Oh well, at the very least, we did come across one person. Now that the missing piece has been put in its place, we should go somewhere else. Hmm. Nothing. Skip that. Okay. Oh wow, we're out of stuff. Also, I just realized I can just skip ahead with the button up here. Okay, guess we're just going to hang out your residence. Something should be happening on the next story segment then. After dinner. Hold on a second, I gotta blow my nose. Give me 1 second. Okay. I'm taking care of preparations for tomorrow's breakfast, and the dishes have been putting off. The breakfast stuff is done. While I'm making sure the oily frying pans are sparkling clean. Everyone's relaxing after the meal and playing cards in the living room behind me. They've probably been at it for an hour already. At first, both Saber and Ryder were just learning the rules, and it was pretty quiet. But now, far from that, the atmosphere has become completely different. Ryder reaches for the card on the right. Ryder reaches for the card on the left. Ryder draws the one on the left as if it was only natural.
She's sorry through me? How? Why? By what means?
There isn't much to it. Minor details aside, they're playing Old Maid. Whenever Fujine makes a face like that, the game definitely isn't going her way.
Jeez, Ryder sounds really just too good. It must be mind reading. No, you must have a partner. For instance, you there, housekeeper. Why are you spending an endless 30 minutes washing that frying pan?
Fujine points her fingers towards the kitchen. However, Ryder's sitting with her back towards me. If anything, it could be helping Fujine cheat by watching Ryder's hand. Yeah, whatever. Stop with the boring talk and enjoy the game. If you keep losing until the end and become the grand loser, you can just retreat back to the Fujimura group. Squeak, squeak. I'm rubbing the underside of the pan.
Grr, you're almost my younger brother. What are you saying? No way I'll be defeated. I'll keep going until victory is mine. It's still a game of chance, played 100 times, and the wins and losses got to even it out.
A howl echoes in the distance. Compare this and this. Repeat 100 times to determine whichever one is greater. What kind of game is that? That is, a game that balances both luck and skill. You can't judge skill with just 1 or even 10 rounds. Skill is something that will be revealed over a long period of time, not a single match. That said, Fujine's line of thought will destroy her. Playing 100 rounds won't result in a tie. It'll just make their respective abilities painfully clear. Well, she seems to be an expert at deceiving yourself with something like...
Let's see. I guess about 3 more times would be enough.
Well, in any case... Fujine, her face as easy to read as ever, has another card drawn by a very apologetic-looking Sakura sitting to her side. Needless to say, the game ends with Fujine in the last place.
Something's fishy. Could Sakura try and be a psychic too? That's awful. Why'd you hide until now?
That's just funny.
Fujimura-sensei, how about we try something else instead of Old Maid? For example...
She's probably trying to come up with something where revealing her hand through facial expressions doesn't matter as much. Bluff and President are the first ones out. That said, after a nervous breakdown, going feral and messing up the whole place. The remaining difficulty is explaining the rules to the other two.
About blackjack. Oh, very well. I accept your challenge. And how do you play that?
Sakura proceeds to explain the rules with pretty much just playing with Fujine. There are fewer hands than in poker, and the game itself is just a slow accumulation of points, almost like a sword fight. Even letting your emotions show shouldn't make you lose, but...
Ah, I'm going bust. This is the gambling bankruptcy stuff that people talk about, isn't it?
Well, it's true that blackjack isn't a great choice for people who don't know when to stop. Alright then, the blackjack round starts with the score being reset to 0, yet the result is even more prominent than with Old Maid.
Ace of spades. I mean, blackjack.
That's right, Fujine, her hand full of face cards, and Ryder, making use of her own intelligence, both have managed to hold on. But in the end, Saber emerged victorious. Frighteningly addictive, having a score higher than your opponent and you'll definitely win the round, Crazed Instinct tells you. Gradually the rules shifted, but basically Saber ended up facing the other three as a dealer. However, in the fight with Saber, the Great Dragon, all three of them had a weakness. I guess Sakura and Ryder are two of a kind. They both have essentially 0 luck. They keep drawing inferior cards and never quite get enough points to be competitive.
Wah, I went over 21 again.
It goes without saying that Fujine draws too many cards and destroys herself before she gets a chance to participate. And yet, come to think of it, she only has she's the only one to sometimes win against Saber. She's up against naturally high luck after all. And then there's her wild nature. Just like a battle between a dragon and a tiger.
Let's up the stakes then, Saber-chan. You and me, 1-1. Total after 2 games. The loser gives up dinner's main dish. What do you say? You sure went all out, Taiga? In other words, the person that loses will have to remain hungry, constantly searching for food, is that it? That's right. I wonder if it isn't too much risk for Saber-chan. So, are you brave enough to accept this challenge? The certainty of an after-meal game victory has already been sealed in my heart, yet...
I like how her eyebrows wiggled for a second there.
Very well. For a challenge of this caliber, I will start playing seriously. My deepest apologies, but the one going on an empty stomach will be you, Taiga.
Saber smiles with confidence.
Huh? You mean you've been taking it easy until now? Well, if I did not, I would have burned a lot of calories.
But the thing is, no matter who wins, I will likely have to bear the damage. Whichever one will be gaining weight and whichever losing. It's inevitable that the one being starved will eventually revolt. In the end, it will simply come down to one more main dish portion for dinner. As the household treasurer, I will not permit such an outcome. Alright, that's it for Dangerous Games. Tea is ready. It's time for a break. Tea and tea cakes in hand, I make my way through. Feeling the strength of Saber's assault, Fujine reluctantly stepped down. Thankfully, Saber promptly withdrew as well. So did Saber dominate the game after all?
Yes, obliterated without a trace of competition.
We chat while sipping tea. Wait, why is everyone but Saber ignoring the tea cakes? What's wrong?
To the victor go the spoils. I don't buy that excuse, Sakura. And it was Taiga who started gambling to begin with.
So it wasn't just at the end. She was gambling from the start?
Yes, she said it would make a difference in the fighting spirit. That it isn't a true game if you don't wager something valuable.
Fujine. As I glance to my side, she's lying on the ground with her back towards me, totally innocent. By the power of a landlord, I declare gambling illegal. It's communal property, and you aren't allowed to privatize it. However, I stop her as she leaps up in joy. In order to teach you a lesson, you're being kicked out for saying stupid things.
See that, Shiro? Big sis did not raise a child to be like this.
Oh, be quiet. Some teacher you are, coercing people into gambling. I have some regret for your actions.
Wow, Shiro, you idiot!
Fujine stomping your feet like a child. That's enough. If you need something in your mouth, have some tea or whatnot, and leave already. To reinforce my point, to take a tea cake and put it in front of Saber. I don't care about the details, but a promise is a promise. Fujine's dessert is now Saber's. And if this happens again, make sure you put the brakes on Fujine at that time.
Right. I will watch out from now on. I apologize. I got carried away by gambling without realizing it.
Saber reflects on monopolizing the supply of confectionaries. I wonder if she did regain her calm.
Naive. Too naive. Fujimura Raiga pampers Illya-chan like you could not imagine, Shiro. Saber-chan is also at fault. There are other people caught gambling as well. Yep, and that's why I get a rice cracker.
Munch, munch, down goes the cracker. It's another common outrageous spectacle, but I did establish a new fact today. In a gambling game with 100 rounds, it takes merely 10 for Saber to establish herself as a master. Alright, back to the beginning.
I'm surprised that was a Saber one. That was basically Taiga's.
Yeah. Okay. Let's talk to Illya. In her yard, we have a storehouse and a dojo. Maybe it's been there even before Kiritsugu, but maybe he built it himself after taking over the place. Either way, you could say his hobbies were a little eccentric. The dojo's a dojo, but the storage looks like a brewery or a pawn shop or something. Brewery? Pawn? Oh, that's Illya.
Brewery? Pawn shop?
As I turn my head towards the owner of the voice, I see Illya tilting her head with curiosity in her eyes.
So a pawn shop is Fondas.
Yeah, I have nothing to do with one though, but I hear there are some high-class ones in the shopping district back alleys.
I know, like the one Miss Tosaka frequents. Or so the lady at the fish market tells me.
What? Tosaka's going around to pawn shops? Could it be that she actually has to pinch every penny and pawn off her precious heirlooms just to sustain her daily?
No, it's not that, Shiro. Rian's probably going after jewelry. They may be out of fashion, but old gems that have been released by their former owners may well have their own practical magical uses.
Like a curse ritual at 2 a.m. and stuff? Ushi no Koko Mairi.
Leave that up to your imagination. Though, wouldn't something belonging to a lady that died an unnatural death would be best for that?
That's scary, but I see. I did wonder just where she was stocking up on all those gems from time to time, but I never thought she'd even use pawn shops. I've feared that they'll that even all be pawned off before long.
Bushido? What's a brewery?
Huh? A place that brews sake and the like, an alcohol manufacturer.
I see. Vine, Kellery, or Bruneri. They make rice alcohol in this country, right?
I wonder if she said that in English in the Japanese version. Or if it was still German. I guess she's talking about Japanese sake. Rice alcohol makes me think of something like rice wine. Grains of rice soaked in shochu or whatnot. It's not all distilled sake. There's stuff like sochu too.
That's what cellars and storehouses are used for.
Unusually impressed, Illya keeps nodding her head. Well, she does own a castle, so maybe the Einsburns... Say, do you have one in your castle too? A wine cellar or a brewery?
The castle here? Or the castle far away?
This or that castle. Ah, really, she speaks like the heiress of a true aristocrat.
This castle's a vacation home, so there's just a wine cellar. A wine cellar, that is. Although we never use it.
So there's one in your country?
The weather's not good for making wine over there. But we did have a distillery.
Oh, so you made things like your own whiskey?
That's right, I guess. We did have to make our own magic ingredients, and there's never enough alcohol.
I see, so it's actually for more of an academic purpose. I guess they use alcohol to preserve samples, or maybe to make chemicals or something.
Your storehouse isn't really alcohol related either, is it?
Yeah, I don't drink, although I can make some. It's just a storage room.
It's also your workshop, isn't it? Say, Oni-chan?
Gulp. The sudden change in the way of address surprises me. And that smiley face, I'd be unable to say no, no matter how naughty the request is.
You know, inside Oni-chan's storehouse?
Sure, there's nothing interesting in there, though.
Hey, it's okay, it's okay. I always wanted to have a peek at your workshop.
Go ahead, it's a bit dusty, but...
Yay! Thanks, Shiro!
Seeing her so full of joy makes me happy as well. Although it isn't much, I'm glad that my little workshop has pleased her.
Wow!
She jumps inside. Her gaze stops on the heaping pile of junk in front of her.
Did you collect all these, Shiro?
Half by me, half by Fujine, I guess. All the useless stuff is entirely by Fujine, though. Every time I look away, there's more of it.
Considering it's Taiga, I'm not surprised. Nope, not at all.
She dives into the mountain of junk. I'm worried about the dust getting on her clothes. Illya, if you're going to go exploring, I have some work gloves.
It's okay. Ooh. What's this, Shiro? Yeah.
Out comes a round object. That's a Shichirin. Why would Fujine...
Chichirin? Kind of like a stove, right?
Yeah, you put some coal inside, cover it with a metal screen, and use it for cooking. Not that I have any real coal, though. Or... Probably meant to grill some cuttlefish on it. Well, it's not broken, so we could use it now. I mean, it is fall, but I would rather have some mackerel instead of cuttlefish.
Wow, there's a lot of stuff.
She puts down the stove and resumes her exploration. Hot water bottle, kotatsu heater, vacuum cleaner nozzle. Even I am impressed by the variety.
You going to repair and use all these?
Not really, but I do want to reuse them as much as I can.
Oh, but even then... So this is your workshop, right?
She spins and looks around. Her face shows a complex expression of dissatisfaction, but at the same time, she also seems unusually impressed.
What is this feeling? Not at all similar, yet so close. Could this be...
Illya, is there something odd here?
I'm not sure, but... Say, did something happen here? Like, some sort of grand magic in the past?
No, I did practice strengthening, but I haven't used anything big. Although, yeah, this is where Saber came out, isn't it?
Ah, so it's Saber's summoning spot. I see. It certainly looks suitable for Saber. I wonder if the summoning circle has been engraved before the storehouse was built, or if he just chose a spot away from public view. Well, only the previous summoner would ever know.
Illya almost sighs as she mutters all that in a low voice. I believe the spot was also used to heal Irie during the previous Holy Grail War. I remember her singing on a summoning circle. So. Or a magic circle.
Curious about the past. As for the grade, I give it about a 10. It's fun in a way, but you must take care of your workroom, or it will really become a place you just shove your stuff into.
I'm ashamed to admit it, but it's because a habit for me to think that a storage and practice are the same.
Oh, that's just like you, Shido. Perhaps it's time I helped you out.
You mean to renovate it?
Yeah, you'd have to move out a lot of stuff, but you can make it into something like my room in no time at all.
She says, full of confidence. But, like, her room? You mean Illya's room?
Ella and Liz to clean it up and change the interior. Right, about 3 days should do it.
Wait, if you really make it look like your castle, I'll never be able to concentrate here. To have a Western-style room just in the storehouse of this purely Japanese residence would be nothing more than a joke. Opening the door to find a storehouse interior lined with carpet, or...
Of course those things will be taken into consideration, anyway.
Right. I instinctively lower my head as a reaction to Ilya's son. There's that word again. Didactic tone.
If you actually want to get anywhere, then you must first straighten out that attitude. The workshop is the basis of a magus.
Allergies are killing me today, sorry. I'm totally ashamed of myself, ma'am.
This and that. It's all Reen's fault. Really, it's also Sokka's laissez-faire policy. She regards independence too highly.
Illya's mad at Tosaka's negligence, although Tosaka certainly is my current teacher. No, I think that's unrelated to...
No way! If the teacher doesn't keep an eye on the student's workshop, she'll never know what kind of trouble he could be getting into.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Right, I must take care of you. There's no other way. I can't entrust Oni-chan to the likes of Rain.
A complacent smile, or maybe a smirk, or maybe an eternal devil's grin. A pair of crimson eyes slowly closes in. A strong musky scent permeates the dark storehouse. A mirage slowly takes hold of my brain. I feel like a moth fixated on a light. I can move any part of my body, yet I feel as if I'd ruin something big if I moved even a finger.
Hey, Shiro. I will definitely make sure to raise you well.
But, Illya, calm down. That's...
Oni-chan, it's you who needs to calm down and think. Here.
Her eyes and lips move closer to mine. Her body sitting on my lap feels like light as a feather.
Shiro, do you not like me, Oni-chan?
That's not it, but...
If you like me, I will make you my most precious possession. You'll think of no one else, not even Saber. I'll make you into my finest dessert.
What was that image just now? Suddenly the fog of my mind clears. Fool me once, the miserable experience for the first time now lets me turn the tables on her. You're too naive, Illya. Even I won't fall for the same trick twice.
Shiro? Wait. What?
My free will that had been trapped in those red eyes returns. Back at you. Will you be mine if you like me?
Eh?
Alright, now's my chance. I hug Illya tightly.
You idiots. What are you doing, Shiro?
What do you mean, what? This one little troublemaker lady playing with people like a kid with toys. I thought she could use a lesson or two.
Troublemaker. I'm no cat either. And don't carry a lady on your shoulder, you.
She hits me back a few times, but I don't care. Although the thought of surrendering to her truly did cross my mind once. I realized that Illya is still a child. Yeah, a decade too early.
Too late. And in 10 years, you'll be begging to become mine.
Yeah, that might get ugly if you try the same thing again.
You just watch. Forget Rin. I'll be so plump and full that even Sakura will no match for me.
Sounds kind of sad. Wish she would become a well-mannered lady. Wait, what the hell am I saying?
Let me go. Put me down, Shiro, idiot.
Your compliments are much appreciated. Alright, let's go drink some tea. I have some dorayaki from Edomaya too.
Really? Oh no, you won't get away with just that. Shiro, you idiot. Idiot, idiot, idiot.
Alright, so we got only one choice. Sorry, I still gotta blow my nose again. Ugh.
No worries, I know the feels.
Okay. Saber, are you there? I knock lightly on the door, but there's no response. There's no way Saber wouldn't notice that. I guess she's not around. I saw her in the living room just before, and since I have some spare time, I want to ask her to come practice with me.
Saber?
When did Ryder get here? Yeah, I'm looking for her. Did you see her around?
No, not on the way here.
I see. Oh well. Alright, I wonder where she might be, but just as I'm about to head back to the main wing, Ryder catches me by the sleeve.
By the way, do you have a moment?
What is it?
Right, well, the bicycle has really gotten out of shape recently. The handlebars just keep turning right, and it is becoming problematic. If you have time, it would be nice if you could take a look.
Oh, I see. Now that she mentions it, I really have been skipping on the maintenance lately. The amount that goes into her steed would be considered luxury for any other regular bike. Ryder's own city bike, a so-called Mamachari, had not been made to withstand things like drift turns. Alright, I'll check it out. Before I take it out with the rest of the garbage, that is.
Thank you.
So with a light parting nod, I go inside my own room, right next to Saber's. Right, I guess I'll go have a look at the bicycle. Phew. And before I know it, it's all done. This is bicycle number 2, all fixed and polished to a sparkle. At first I was just going to do the steering wheel bearings, maybe adjust the brake cables at most. And yet, for every small part that bothers me, rather than overlook it, I keep thinking it'll be done soon anyway. So I took it all apart and ended up going over every single thing. Once it was all in pieces, the plan kept changing. Well, I guess this should keep Ryder happy. I'll even replace the consumable parts with more durable ones. This is as good as the bike will get, so it should be fine for another week or two. Oil and sweat all over me. I go back inside to have a shower, only to be met by Fujine flying out from the living room. Fujine, no running in the hallways doesn't apply just to school.
Sorry, Shiro. Please forgive me again.
Saying that, she runs away.
Senpai.
Breathing heavily, here comes Sakura. Fujine is understandable, but seeing Sakura race around the house is a bit unusual. Not to mention difficult to deal with. What the heck is going on?
Illya-san was going to come by, so I thought we'd have some tea. But it turned out that Fujimura-sensei had already snatched all the tea snacks. Storage number 1, number 2, even the emergency kit crackers.
Sounds like a thorough job, so that's why she's being chased. But such an uproar over a hungry tiger regressing to basic human instincts, whipping out the food reserves isn't really... I'll just make sure she's properly scolded and that the replenishments are paid for out of her own pocket before she has a chance to escape.
But you see, she ate Saber's share. She has been identified as a culprit by Illya, yet she's intent on hiding, running, and taunting us until her heart stops beating.
Catch her immediately. I'll apologize to Illya personally.
But when I mentioned how good the bits of candy in those snacks were, Illya-san just went nuts like never before.
Those are emergency rations. Sakura, there she is. She's climbing up... Oh, I don't...
Sakura, there she is. She's climbing up the roof.
Illya's voice is coming from the yard. Wait, the roof?
Right, I'll be there. So yeah, excuse me, senpai. Hold on, Ryder. What is the rope for?
Throwing on her sandals, Sakura goes out to the yard. Whatever Ryder's up to, I don't think I want to know. Let's look the other way for now. Nevertheless, as usual, some aspect of big game hunting came out. I should help them before this really gets out of hand. Thus, Fujine is finally captured. Illya and Sakura are in the living room, teaching her a lesson. As for me, I'm repairing the roof she trampled on. There might still be a typhoon this year or something. Nevertheless, I feel kind of sorry for Archer. Could it be that he got cranky because we just left him perched on the rooftop all alone? Just kidding. No way it would be. With all that smoke and whatnot, I doubt that always staying here was one of his favorite jobs. Anyway, there's still time until dinner. I'll go get some rest someplace quiet.
I wonder if we'll ever see him here.
Well, he killed us on one route.
True.
Nothing unnecessary, only a bare wooden floor. After all, no matter how many residents we had, this place never saw much use. From the beginning, I had forgotten it. I calmed down my disarrayed mind. This is where it all began. I'll indulge in this nostalgic feeling for a while. I guess I just wanted to stand there for as long as I could. Just quietly stand there at the entrance. It's a saber.
So, you've come, Shiro.
I wonder how long did that last? All too fast, Saber's voice releases my bound body. Yeah, what about you? How long have you been here for?
Let me see. That would be since after lunch.
In other words, just about half a day.
Oh gosh. Shiro, what is wrong? It seems like you had something to talk about, but...
Oh, nothing. Well, sure, I was going to ask Saber to help me train, but it's already starting to get dark. So what can we do now? Just thought I'd relax here for a bit.
I see. Indeed. Here is a good place to calm down and meditate. In that case, I'll be leaving.
No, it's... Now that the two of us are here, I want Saber to stay for a while. Yeah, I'm going to embarrass myself with that. Like, okay. The first line's hers.
What is it?
Oh, nothing. Answering thus, I sit down and get comfortable. I'll probably soon forget all the small talk exchanged today anyway. Get evening sunlight dances on the walls of the dojo. Saber's gentle smile. Those will surely stay in my mind forever. Oh, got it.
This would be a Saber one. It was mainly the others.
Yeah.
Mainly Taiga again.
Yep. Alright, last time we died here, but now we've got Saber with us, so... Crossing the bridge, we head over to Shinto. There's nobody on the pedestrian walkway at this hour. Tonight, with no cars on the roadway, the sound of a breeze from the sea echoes around us. This brings back memories. Back then, we went to the church together, just like this, didn't we?
Yes, Shiro, who still had not understood what it meant to be a master. I, who had not yet become your servant, and Rin, who had still been our enemy. Looking back on it again, we truly were an odd trio, weren't we?
Saber chuckles. Both of us are laughing from the memories of that night half a year ago. I remember it even now. No, I'll remember it for the rest of my life. That night was special. All the time I spent with Saber during the Holy Grail War was special, but that night was the beginning of it all. But Saber, you were in a pretty sour mood. Granted, having just met, we couldn't talk that much, but you were totally silent all the way to the church, you know.
Of course I would be. Now that now that it is over, I can tell you. The way I had been treated was infuriating. If you were going to disguise me, there ought to have been a better way of doing so.
I see. Milady Saber was displeased by the yellow raincoat. And again, she's using it quite often. Is that some kind of silent protest against me?
Humph. It appears that you have something to say. Very well. As your apology for that incident, let us settle this. No, Shiro.
What? The sword bounces against light. The aftershock caused the air in the bridge supports to vibrate.
Stay back. A hostile servant is attacking.
Second shot. I can't grasp what's happening. Saber stands in front of me, repelling the incoming bolts of light with her sword. Where they are coming from, I can't tell. A hostile servant? Shit, who the hell? The third shot. Saber once again deflects the bolt of light. This is not good. That one was definitely more powerful than before. She managed to defend against the last shot, but the rest keep increasing in force. How long will Saber be able to hold out? If Saber were alone, she would move forward while deflecting the bolts and could probably take the sniper down before she's defeated. But the one being targeted is me. The moment Saber moves away, I'll be pierced right through. As long as Saber is protecting me, she can't move forward. No. In the worst case, we might not be able to retreat to Miyama, and because of me, one of the shots will...
Shiro, we'll block these attacks. For now, do not move.
The fourth shot. There's an urgency in her voice. The enemy knows that I am her weakness. Saber takes an unreasonable posture as she deflects the bolts of her light raining down on a wide open enemy Shiro. At this rate, Saber's going to lose. I know what needs to be done. In short, defending myself is my own responsibility. I focus my nerves. I can see the incoming shots, and if they can be seen, they can be stopped. The old me may not be capable of it. The enemy Shiro that survived through the Holy Grail War must have the experience and ability to make that possible. And then the fifth and final shot. Saber is knocked off her feet. No doubt about it. These bolts of light are long-range shots using noble phantasms. No matter how powerful she may be, Saber cannot defend against a long-range sharpshooter where each bullet is a noble phantasm. If Saber were alone, she could have avoided any number of them without having to deflect them with her sword. Saber, watch out.
Shiro, wait. I can take one hit.
No, you can't. Saber will be defeated by the sixth shot. That's the conclusion drawn from this method of defense.
Don't underestimate me.
Oh, I think that was actually his line. Don't underestimate me. I can watch my own back. I glare at our attacker. I see the light being fired, aimed at my forehead. I see it. Now that I see it, next I... Huh? I totally forgot. What was I supposed to do next? I screwed up. What was it? What did I do wrong? Was I forgetting something, or have I not learned something yet? Where had I missed the fundamental part of the skills possessed by the man named Shiro? My brain comes oozing out of the hole in my forehead. I can't really hear what she's saying. What should have been done, and what is it that I forgot? My mind is becoming distant. I'll drop out of the race without even reaching the fourth day. It still wasn't enough. Perhaps I couldn't use it because I hadn't tried, and just took knowing it for granted. Now, where do I fully grasp the fundamental abilities of Emiyashiro? And why is he talking as if he's not himself? Dead bed end.
I mean, I wouldn't be able to think straight if I had a hole through my head too.
Defeated. Something is missing. Who am I? To restore the memory, I must understand once again. Alright. Dialogue Mobius link. I'm going to assume this is Bizette.
How many resurrections does this make, I wonder? I can hear voices. They curse at me. The one who, while sinking into death, fell past it again and again. Unable to escape death, they cry that it's unfair that I get to live again. My entire body hurts. Hurts enough to suffocate. The voices of accusation beset me. Die. Give up. Serves you right. I can't see. They grow stronger each time I hear them. I want to die. I can't stand this. Filthy, disgusting. I can't see anything. I want to die. I don't want to hear this. If I have to go through this, I don't want to have to come back to life. But I even got used to that. Die. Then get over it and with and kill me. Laughable. Then go ahead and enjoy yourself.
You know, this might actually be anger, mind you. It's hard to tell because they're both in the same situation.
Repent.
Yes.
Yes, I've already repented again and again. It's your fault, right? It's all somebody's fault. Disgusting. That's because I'm not dressed up. Inhuman. This mirror is foggy. Demon. Yes, that's right. A human isn't capable of doing this. I like how the response to disgusting is, it's because I'm not wearing anything. I move past the many voices and begin to breathe again. It's not that painful from here on. Rather, I can even feel relief. As long as I get away from that prison, what comes next is close to the joy of birth. Prison, yes, that place matches the description of a prison. Slander, insults, derision. The stripping of human rights, dignity, and freedom. An afterlife derived from that should be known to any person. Suffering for an eternity without pause. In Buddhism, it's called the hell of uninterrupted suffering. But that is vaguely different from where I came from. There wasn't only pain. That place had eternity and emptiness. Both were beyond reach and had no meaning even if they weren't. That's why it was painful. Because even if I gained them by some miracle, I could never understand that what wasn't meant for human hands to hold. Ugh. I raise my body from the sofa. Still feeling drained after a resurrection that I have dealt with for the umpteenth time, I check if I have control of my left hand.
Yo, wide awake, eh, master?
The now typical morning greeting from my servant. He is sitting with his back turned away, still working on his puzzle. Apparently, it could be solved in just a matter of minutes, but he must have taken a liking to it. That part of him is just like a child's. If only that innocence showed in his regular behavior. Tell me, was I able to take Assassin down with me?
Nope, it was a one-sided defeat. A straight right punch of yours hit air while his Zavania blew your head off. You just had to see it. You just had to see it. Slapped on your head and your brain went boom. Blew off your whole torso. Now turning your brain to gunpowder to blow somebody up, that's a pretty complicated way of killing someone. I mean, if he already had his hands on your brain, he could have just pulled it out.
My servant is prattling on cheerfully. Ugh. I imagine my body without its upper half and sicken myself as a result. I recall my fight with Assassin. I met Assassin's master by accident at the forest behind the school. The enemy consisted of just one lone master. As I saw no servant, I charged into combat. The enemy master was a skilled doll user and controlled countless automata as if they were his own limbs. The French dolls, equipped with precise killing mechanisms, were a threat, but I was well acquainted with how to deal with dolls. I also had experience fighting in a free-for-all with the monsters nesting in the city, so it was a simple matter to overwhelm the master. If only one of the dolls had not worn a skull mask. Servant? The moment I realized what he was, I was hit by multiple poisonous needles. Assassin, a class where one specific heroic spirit is chosen, but whose abilities change with each Holy Grail war. As a name, that was a source of the word assassin, was one that multiple assassins inherited. A different one would become assassin for each year. Assassin is a group, not one being. And of them, the assassin selected this time was a midget of a height no taller than up to an adult's knees.
Is Crystorm that short?
It's adorable. Was he like that when he was alive, or was this a special characteristic exaggerated by becoming a servant? Assassin did not have the build of a dwarf that would appear in a fairy tale. He had a form as cultivated as that of an acrobat. He could have been a clown from a circus. A worthless heroic spirit with a small body. However, it was a strong advantage for the class of assassin. Not only did it make detecting his presence difficult, the area that could be hit was overwhelmingly small. His speed was among the fastest of the servants. Tracking his body racing through the trees with unmodified eyes was difficult. In addition, the reason for the name was the one-hit noble phantasm he possessed. Blah. By the time I fully understood the disadvantage I had on this terrain, the poison had immobilized my legs. I was confident that I could catch him on a flat plain with nowhere to hide, but in a forest with many obstructions, I was helpless. Knowing that, I made my final bet using my life as a gambling chip. I used the left side of my body to lure Assassin out of the shadow of the trees. Assassin would judge that I could not retaliate, and then move towards my left side at lightning speed. I would then counterattack with a full force straight right into him. The timing was perfect. The charging assassin couldn't dodge either right or left and couldn't completely nullify the effects of the impact by blocking. That was a drawback of having a small body. Yet not even that slowed him down. Just before impact, he judged and landed on my fist with a comical plop on my right straight, the one I prided on having a speed of 80 km per hour, and as a counter no less. No way. I do have a rich record of starts in combat, but this was the first time that I had seen an enemy scuttle towards me on my arm. It brought to mind images of unbelievably miraculous deeds, such as standing on the tip of a lance. Assassin extended his left hand to my face, and my consciousness was cut off at that point.
I could be mistaken, but I think standing on the tip of a lance is referring to Ushiwakamaru and Benkei.
Cute. What a nightmare, I mutter.
What's wrong? Body still stiff?
No, my body is perfectly fine. I have grown accustomed to resurrection as well. This soreness I am now enduring is thanks to you. I have remembered the very last moment, the feeling of having my forehead touched by assassin's hand.
Oh, whoops, my bad. Sorry for the lack of consideration.
Cackling, he continues with his puzzle. What he's really laughing at is my own failure. This is nothing like teasing. That man is a host to a personality disorder that makes him laugh over sad news as much as over anything comical. I have grown used to that as well. Sylvenger, did you carry me back?
Nope, I was killed too. We're both back on the first day since I got wasted just before midnight.
There's been almost no progress. How many days have passed since I woke up in this mansion? We haven't even passed the fourth night yet. Perhaps out of disappointment with myself, I grasped the earring in my pocket unconsciously. I took it with me when I left my country. It's probably some kind of protective charm. I don't remember why I had brought it, but it must be something like an amulet, judging by how carefully I kept it tucked away.
But it really wasn't your fault, Master. I mean, that assassin was just too messed up. You really did hit him, too. Well, it's not worth torturing yourself over, now is it? You got me as a handicap. You ought to be proud of yourself, making that guy use a noble phantasm in your first fight with him.
Nonsense. No matter how well I fight, it means nothing once I die. No, that's our advantage. I haven't made full use of it yet, but this servant can bring the dead back to life. As long as our contract is still in effect, I will continue to be resurrected. I see. Yes, there is nothing wrong with continuing in this manner. No. This is in itself your weapon. We should make use of it. Mutual destruction is good enough. By gaining information on the enemy like this, eventually we will be able to defeat them using the appropriate preparations to ensure victory. We have the advantage. Now that I know Assassin's physical traits, all that has to be done is to somehow lure him into a flat terrain.
It's funny, despite Agramides' whole thing being that he comes back to life, in FGO, the only way to get guts on him is with his Bondcraft essence.
Sad. I clench my right fist. At this rate, I don't have to wait for the enemy masters to be weakened. A perfect victory is achievable. If I eliminate them one by one, straight out, even the association would treat me like...
My, you sure are an adaptable one, aren't you, Master? And here I thought you would be depressed over losing all the time, or disappointed in me for being useless.
No, yes, but... Come to think of it, what am I thinking? Even if I do have this ability, I have been defeated again and again. I'm becoming careless. Had I tried hard enough, I should have been able to defeat Assassin. But instead, I am taking my time, prolonging the final battle until I feel that I have learned enough about his abilities. It is as if, no, that couldn't be true. As the representing Magus of the Association, I am only fighting battles that can't be lost.
Well, it's not like we have a deadline, so I don't really care, but, we are sort of wasting time here.
The servant stands up, leaving the puzzle unfinished. He walks towards the entranceway.
Let's keep on going. There are still places you haven't checked, right?
Led on by the servant, I also rise up from the sofa. Carrying rock over my shoulder, I grip the earring in my pocket one more time, and leave for the Holy Grail War. This is going to be a little sudden, but...
Oh, no, this is... yeah. This is going to be a little sudden, but Bazette Fraga McRemits is one weird lady. Her outsides and insides are weird, first of all. They don't match. Now, on the outside, she looks like my personal favorite, the dignified, mature woman. It's on the inside, though. It's a lowly coward with no self-esteem. To hide that, she put her body and psyche through some rigorous training. My guess, rather, what I'd like to be true, is that she's the kind of woman that likes bullying herself. Has to be that. Yep. After all, she was able to put herself through more training than normal. The able woman armor she built up out of all that sure is a tough one. Good looks and structural strength are all but guaranteed. Except if you want to be able to move wearing a suit of armor, you gotta have a few gaps. That's where I sometimes get the opportunity to see the real Bizet peeking through. I don't have to bother saying what that's like. Anything protected by a suit of armor for years ought to be kind of like a smooth-boiled egg without a shell. Refreshingly cute enough to make me want to munch parts of it away. But the thing is, no matter how adorable the insides might be, the armor sheet built up for 10 years is too damn stubborn. When she gets into a mission, battle mode, any man would probably drop whatever fantasies or lusts he could possibly have for her. Here's an example of what that just happened.
I am hungry. Let us go obtain nutrients.
That came out of nowhere. After beating the crap out of 3 monsters, she said that as if she was measuring her pulse.
You may come along. I am sure that you are not satisfied with just the magical energy that I'm supplying.
Said a master that was awfully caring of her servant. Except, the place she barged into without any hesitation was the beef bowl store right in front of us. Gah. Even I knew about this. The cheapest, worst, and most common place to eat in Shinto. Just so you know, even if there was nobody around, there were other places to get a meal. There was even one of those expensive places that seems like they'd suit Bizet just 100 meters ahead. But she still picked the place in front of us. No mistake, she picked it because it just happened to be the closest one around.
Do you have a problem?
Nah, not really a problem. It's just odd.
Then let's go. Remember to materialize yourself.
There was no stopping her. In the end, Bizet paid for the food coupon in a snap, got beef bowls and miso soup for 2, gobbled it all down in 3 minutes flat, and went outside.
Are you sure there isn't a problem?
Kind of a combination of being a problem and being weirded out. Did that stuff taste any good to you?
There was a large amount. The soup was excessive. However, the time it took to prepare was less than a minute. I find that wonderful. Let us use that store from now on.
That's all she had to say about it. She said she saw mealtime as nothing more than a way to get nutrition. Unrefined and unreasonable is what it was. We were looking at the base of one of the known masters. After a thorough investigation, we judged that no one was inside.
Avenger, can you disable the lock on the gate?
Well, I might be able to see how it works if it's a simple one, but you'd be able to do it for sure. You're the great Magus from the Association, after all.
Lockpicking is not among my specialties. I will entrust this to you.
And that's how I ended up doing it. My master is weak at this kind of delicate work, apparently. Made for total violence, she is. Okay, then leave it to me. Give me some time. This one's going to be a little tough. I shoved my arm into the roots of a tree and in the garden that sat to the side of the entryway. Astral bodies are useful for stuff like this. I can overlay my own circuits onto magic somehow. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. 40 Wow, what the hell are you doing, lady? She just plain out smashed the whole damn thing into oblivion.
I'm raiding. Cover me.
That was her only excuse. No, that wasn't even an explanation, and more importantly, this wasn't a raid. Putting her leather gloves on, Bizet charged into the enemy's base with no hesitation. Unrefined, unreasonable, and lazy is truly what it was.
Couldn't even wait for a minute.
Yep. We finally reached the park. Physically, I'm only a little tired, but mentally I'm exhausted. If I could dematerialize, I'd be able to cut the physical fatigue, but since I can't, I have to walk on my bare materialized feet. Water. I head for the park fountain. There are drops of white liquid on the road, starting from the top of the hill and leading to where I am now. That's right, it's traces of the milk that I've been soaked with. Hey, don't move away. We're on the same side, aren't we? Come closer, master. Swivel around. Whoa, Bazette of all people is laughing. Hey, listen here, lady. All this happened because my master didn't think before she acted. I'm looking like this because I jumped at harm's way to save your ass. While I'm at it, I came all the way down here without washing myself off at the mansion's tub or some other places because you told me not to. So I followed all of her instructions, and this is my reward? What kind of a spoiled princess does she think she is?
Oh, I'm thankful for your efforts. Had you not been there, I'd be the one like that.
Like hell you are. Shit, I think I'm going to give her a big hug to not leave her out of the fun.
What's the matter, Avenger? The water's that way. Perhaps milk got in your eye?
I'm going to kill you. I'm so going to kill you. If we're going to run with a cow theme, I'm going to give Bull vs. Matador a try. Then again, there's no way I'd ever catch that walking weapon. Ah, shit. I should just have ignored the trap. Nuts. Missed an even event scene. Come to think of it, I guess I really did lose out. An unlovable woman like Master drowning in milk would have been one hell of a tasty sight.
Avenger, I order you as your master, shut up and wash your body now.
Alright, I say it, and go to remove the filth from my body. Once the excess is removed, I can dematerialize. While I'm covered with that milk, dematerialization is impossible. Could have been an anti-servant trap, but might have also have a more dramatic effect on a normal body. Anyway, we hadn't found anything worthwhile in that mansion. And on the way out, it's activated when the intruder leaves, Intruders leave, I bet. We stood off the trap in the entranceway. Why milk, though? Don't tell me there's some kind of belief that animal tits being worse in this country. Don't think so. This is seriously just supposed to be a prank, ain't it?
Maybe, maybe not. It is a merciful one, however. You're lucky that it was new fresh milk, right, Avenger?
She points out the silver lining in this white to this while smothering her laughter. That's not what the problem is, lady. We continue our patrol. To kill the monsters and to fight the masters, Bazette wanders the city under the pretense of both. What a roundabout way of doing things. This isn't to win the war. Bazette is looking for something else. What makes it roundabout is the fact that Bazette herself didn't realize it. She's anxious because she can't totally forget that. Makes me want to have a certain idiot who forgot about his own power follow her example. She's acting a little strange. Maybe she had some bad experience at a harbor after looking at the sea for some time.
Avenger, we have fought many masters. The servants accounted for our saber, archer, caster, rider, assassin, and you. The only enemies we have yet to encounter directly are the master and the servant of the Einsburns.
Yeah, sounds about right. Of course, I'm not really happy that so far there's been nothing but black marks. Notice that Lancer is missing from that list.
Yup. Yes, we have yet to achieve a single clear victory. No matter how exceptional of a familiar the servant we face may be, this should not happen.
But Zach grits her teeth. Not from the pain of defeat, but because she's trying to rouse herself.
I know that I'm being apprehensive, but I would still like to hear your opinion. Do you think we can win? Is it a fact that we are... it is a fact that we are inferior in strength. But if we continue like this, one of these days we
should win the war, right? Her eyes ask. We're losing because we don't have enough experience. If Bizette uses me a little for fighting, and if I tell her what my real noble phantasm is, there's no servant we can't handle. Well, we'll pick up victory. I think that's a typo. We'll pick up a victory pattern of sorts anyway, whether we want one or not. So I really don't need to tell her now, but one of these days we'll stop losing. But more importantly, Master, you're using we instead of I now for talk about winning. I just had to point that out because I found it amusing.
No, did I? I didn't mean that consciously, but...
Now that's interesting. So you trust me unconsciously, is that it? What, is this love? Can I interpret that as love growing toward me as a friend?
Don't be ridiculous. So what proof do you have that we will not lose? Tell me honestly without hiding anything.
I don't have proof yet, but there will be results eventually. You've got a trump card that can take out servants, right? Just like that, I've got a trump card that'll stop a servant for a little while. Since we've got both of these, the rest is up to how we use them. We just need to work on the timing for that from now on.
Trump card? Do you have multiple noble phantasms?
Nope, I only have one. As for resurrection, well, that's not me. That's an ability that got added on later because when I became Angermine, my noble phantasm is an imitation of Avesta, you see. Well, I'll tell you more when we get back. Avesta is a Stuptor-type noble phantasm that records events by its own volition. On the level of an automatic typewriter, basically. Absolutely useless in a fight. The advantage is that it's able to put into words emotions that are indescribable and ones that you wouldn't even be aware of. A noble phantasm that's incapable of harming anyone befitted the name of Avesta, the book that describes all things correctly. My noble phantasm, yeah. Just a little bit of an imitation of that, but... Anyway, if you want to stop losing, you're going to have to get serious too. In combat, you're the best of the masters. You might even be able to defeat a servant with your bare hands. So what's with the low self-esteem?
That is true. I have no intention of losing even if I am dealing with servants, except all I can do is fight. I believe that I am, the worst of the masters in other skills.
So what? There's nothing wrong with that. I wonder why you're feeling guilty about it being tough. Pretty damn ugly, that kind of attitude.
Well, I don't feel any particular guilt, not at all. I have no feelings nor regret towards any of those that I have killed.
Ooh, that's reassuring, Iron Woman. Keep fighting with that attitude. Of course, if you go overboard, you're going to have to look pretty dumb, lady. Lady, as you are right now, you're 10 times stronger than me, you know.
Yes, I am well aware of that. After all, on the very first day, I was made painfully aware of just how useless you are in battle.
Right. Oh yeah, but when it comes down to a human killing competition, I'm number one. Natural inclinations, you see. Well, maybe not number one. I'm either second or third.
There's a better murderer than you?
Yep, that's right. There's this dog and Spider. These guys, you see, I just can't keep up with them no matter what I do. They can match up in quality, but speed's on a whole different level. Never got into a competition with them or even met them, but I understand it's an undeniable fact. Just like how a spider knows how to spin a web from the moment of birth. Learned that's how the rules were from the moment I was called Angermanu.
So as a heroic spirit, you're bound by the condition of not being able to win in speed. I see. Avenger, you told me that you were called Angermanu, but that should not be your true name. What was the name that you had when you were alive?
I told you I don't know. As I said, I don't have one. If Angermanu is too hard for you to pronounce, you can just call me Angra.
That cannot be true. You should be able to remember your own name. I take that back. I, of all people, should not be the one to be saying this. However, a name is the beginning of everything. A name given at the moment of birth, if you think about it, is the expression of one's life. If you cannot remember, you should not be able to whistle with that kind of ease.
Damn, you're dense. Get this, my name is gone. It was taken from me when I was treated as a hero. The town I'm from produced some first-rate curses, if nothing else. It's been stripped from me by curses, so I don't know what birth name I was called by. Even if you ordered me to remember, that record just doesn't exist anymore in the world. That record just doesn't exist in the world anymore. A name, if you think about it, is your own life, huh? She's got a bit of a silver tongue in her. I can't just sit back and lose to her, so I guess I'll tell her a few things. This is a common old story. In it, there's a man whose life is saved by his friend. To save the man, that friend died. The man took the name of the friend who died to save him, and from then on, saved the lives of many. This was given what remained in the world after his deeds, his life, everything, to his friend who had wagered his life for him. There's nothing heartwarming about a story like that, not at all. To put it simply, that man died long ago when he swore to lie about his own name and use his friends.
Then your birth name is no longer...
Doesn't exist, nope. But I like the name I have now, since I've been called this longer than my birth name. I've got some attachment to it. It's got a nice homely feel.
I see. You have lost your birth name, but your next name was one that you were fondly called as a hero. Even if it is a title, it is a name that gained acclaim from people. Of course you would like it. Forgive me, I must apologize to you. I came to a hasty conclusion and ended up showing you unwanted pity.
By the way, I might be getting this mixed up, but this sounds like the conditions for becoming a pretender class servant.
Ooh.
Although I don't know if they had that planned from this early on. I'm pretty sure that wasn't conceived until after FGO started, but... Well, you don't have to worry about that. It's nothing to apologize about. It's okay to come up with a hasty conclusion, but pity is bad. If you're going to pity me, give me some love instead. Please love me.
Well, as a penalty, let's put this... Oh.
That's still him. Well, as a penalty, let's put the spotlight on you next. A name's a name. A name's a life, right? Your full name sounds like a big deal. There's got to be some big stories along with it.
Stories from when I was younger? No, let's stop here. That would only bore you. There's nothing that you would enjoy...
Hey, I don't mind if they're boring. See, you wanted to apologize to me, right, Master? Don't worry, as long as it's something I haven't heard yet, it's interesting to me.
I understand. It really is true that the source of all disasters is the mouth. I see.
That's absolutely right. Oh, but most myths have something good happening after a disaster. It'd be nice if my master could get that kind of special reward, too.
That is all there is to my work record. Are you satisfied?
Well, I got an objective understanding of it. But that story only told me the straight truth. That family came from an ancient Magus lineage, starting back as far as the Age of Gods, apparently. They're originally a great rune house that served the gods and were granted a special ritual that the other lineages didn't have. You could say they were super elite. Except they set themselves up in the middle of nowhere, and they didn't have anything they could be called a clan. Elite, but elites without fortune or fame. The prestige, at least, was of the highest grade, but what they had to show for it was a training hall out in the sticks, dedicated only to barely passing on the ritual to one child in the family each generation. Bizette, the successor to that house, strove to learn the ritual since she was born, and reproduce that ritual as if it was nothing, just like her ancestors. Gods holder, tradition carrier. A magic trait that was passed down continuously since the Age of Gods, different from a magic circuit. To think that it was able to last for thousands of years, that's a shock. Yeah, well, from what I heard, it wasn't so much from the genes of the bloodline, but from a pathogen that was living in a particular something that was kept for generations. Something like that. Bizette, who finished her training and gained the name Fraga, didn't say why she joined the Mages Association, but I could figure it out even if she didn't talk about it. Basically, she wanted to train herself in front of many more people to overcome her feelings of obligation. Bizette ignored her parents' objections and continued and contacted the association. The association invited the unexpected new nobility into their ranks. The association welcomed their new comrade, one that passed on the lost arts, and Bizette was invited into the Mages Association with much fanfare. But the welcome that awaited her was just a formality. Didn't look like there was a place in the association for Bizette. Magi are very conscious of competition, despite being an exclusivist lot. The Mages Association, which has guarded its authority for hundreds of years, is a place of power struggles rife with scheming on the inside. They want the power to appeal to the outside, but on the inside, newcomers that shine too bright are worse than incompetent underlings. Basically, there hasn't been a seat for a new house to sit in for centuries in the Mages Association. Even so, Bizette tried her best, overdoing herself even for the association, where she was unwanted. She was seen as more of a nuisance the more results she produced, was treated as a tumorous authority figure, and in the end, the association sent her to the front lines to get rid of her. The Sealing Designation Enforcers. Title of the craft essence that she's on.
Makes sense.
The job of the Mages Association's prize crazies. They're equivalent to the Holy Church's heretic inquisitors, the executors. A sealing designation refers to the restraining capture and lifetime confinement of uniquely gifted or taboo-breaking magi in the name of protection. So this same explanation was given during Atlantis after they fought Tristaria for the first time. I didn't realize it was already established this early on. Bizette was chosen to be one of those who carry out this deed. After that, it seems she just flew around the world solving problems, obeying the orders of the association for years. Pretty faithful of her, considering she doesn't get an equivalent reward for all that. That was the background of Bizette Fraga McRemitz. There's a lot I want to make jabs at, but the point I want to hit at the most would be, there's absolutely no men in it at all, just magic. Give me a break. Why don't you have a boyfriend in your hometown?
I do not, nor do I feel the need to have one.
Don't need one? What the hell? Even if you don't need one, they're there normally. Or is it daily fun without one?
I am used to solitude. I am not sad nor am I lonely. Even if I cannot fill in the feeling of lacking something, I can keep moving along.
Ah, this looks severe. You need or don't need, lonely or sad, lacking something or your other half. What a bunch of bull. This lady, she's never had a man in her life. Hey, are you a virgin? I'm looking at my partner very seriously. Just like how a squirrel would nibble on a walnut, with honesty, diligence, and sometimes sharpness.
Ugh.
My master inches half step back.
I have had some work-related experience, but I do not understand the point of the question. I don't think that kind of matter has anything to do with the Holy Grail War. I mean, yeah, part of her work, mana transfer, right?
So she has gotten some. Well, that's mighty fine, but I wasn't messing with you just for fun's sake alone. I mess with you for fun's sake and because it's a bit relevant. No, it's relevant. I'm talking about whether you're strong as a human being. Master, you shouldn't overlook love. It's the strongest motivating factor in human behavior. Okay, vengeance is pretty strong too, but after that's done with, there's nothing left in the end. Its explosive power is strong, but it doesn't produce anything, so it adds up pretty much zero.
And though this is adding up for the enemies to lovers part.
Yep.
I don't understand your point. What I do know is that you are making fun of me. I'll remind you, I have had enough of your
Hey, this is serious stuff. I'm talking about love, you know? Love. It's one of the most powerful basic emotions. Human beings can become strong because of love, right? That building block is missing in you for one reason or another. Since I'm fighting with you, I'm a little worried. I give her a serious answer. She listens to it seriously, too.
I cannot trust you. Your love is the wicked sort. And first of all, this sort of topic should not be spoken about so lightly.
It'll lower its value, eh? Another charming comment. Why is that? It's okay not to talk about it all that seriously. Not as if it's something to be embarrassed about. Please love me isn't something you say to express you're feeling lonely. You say that when you're having fun and want to have even more. I love you. That's a common greeting. Or is it that you don't like any of the people you meet? If that's the case, it's that you're making enemies.
Fine. I will take that advice into consideration. For a boy, you sure are a smooth talker.
Well, thank you. The thing is, I might be a brat, but I'm not a kid. Okay, it doesn't make me an adult either. I stopped being a child, that's all.
Is that so? You look like an impertinent young boy to me. One that is 5 years younger than me. Well, that's specific.
Oh, Master, how old are you?
23 years old. What about it?
Get out of here. You're that young? I thought you were almost 30.
Oh!
Whoops. Kelvin meter is heading into critical zone.
Amusing. And what made you think that, Avenger?
Yep, the mouth really is the source of all disasters. I mean, your history with your own on your own sounds pretty long. You're too used to your job, right? Just try telling me when you moved out into the adult world.
It was when I was 15, but I do not think that it was too early. As I had been training until that time, there was no problem in terms of ability.
Uh-huh, so from that point on, you've been wearing that costume, huh? I see, yeah. I can see how 23 years of that could stiffen somebody up. Now it makes sense. The armor she's wearing is a masterpiece seasoned by years of service.
Were you even listening? I said my career is 8 years long.
That's just the number of years you've been wearing that armor. I'm talking about your awkwardness record. Geez, if an average person's childhood is about 10 years, that would make you already 33 years old. So because you're already an adult when you were born, add that 10 years of childhood, and that put you over the big 3-0, wouldn't it? 15 years older than the current me, eh? That's quite the... Wait, Hey, my gut instinct about you being closer to 30 were right. I nod gruffly. I think she's fed up with me from the bottom of her heart. She just stands there without saying a word.
Break time is over. Let us return to the city and continue the investigation.
Gotcha. Let's keep our spirits low, just like we always do. I walk ahead of Bazette.
Are you making a fool of me?
Huh? Well, you're a fool, ain't you? We're not half bad in terms of balance. A brat that stopped being a kid. An idiot that threw away being a child from the start. Hey, Master. Bazette stops dead in her tracks. She doesn't move an inch. Maybe she found something. What? Find anything interesting, Master? I approach her while scratching my head. Ah.
I wonder what is wrong with me. I hate to admit it, but it is as you say, Angra Mainyu. I am a fool. When called that so bluntly, I cannot completely deny it.
You said with a natural tone of voice. What, nobody ever told you before?
No, there had not been anyone around me like you that would say things to my face.
This woman has absolutely no luck. There are plenty of good men in the world that say that much, yet she just didn't have the luck to meet any.
I did not know about this. To have my weakness pointed out by someone means that I have been acknowledged. It is slightly irritating, but I feel more at ease somehow. Yes, being this relaxed when I am with you seems just right. After all, it is not worth the stress for only me to be tense.
There's no sense in staring too long. This kind of sight is rare among the scenery that we'll eventually grow tired of. This is probably the only time it'll happen anyway. And nope.
So she likes being teased, huh?
I guess so.
That's what she's saying. Then shall we be off, Angra Mainyu? We will be going to the industrial region of Shinto next.
Okay, Master. And if you're gonna call me by my name, call me Angra. It's not too long, right?
There is not much of a difference between Angra and Angra Mainyu. If you would like me to shorten it, then I will call you by Angra. But I feel that it sounds rather like Henry, which is too normal of a name. What? It is a common name and does not seem right for heroic spirit.
Stop worrying about weird stuff. Huh? Oh yeah, you'd be concerned about it. Master's name isn't a normal one, eh? Would have been better if we could trade. No, wait. They're both masculine names, aren't they? Yeah, Henry. Henry and so on are bland names. But they're downright cute when compared to the one my master's been saddled with. The name Bazette is very ugly. Kind of sharpish, you could say, or lacking in femininity.
Angra Mainyu, I thought I told you that a person's name is your life. I take it that you are prepared for the consequences of turning one into a joke?
No, ma'am. Don't have any of that preparation and got no complaints about Master's name. No, ma'am.
Very good. I forbid you from talking about this from now on.
So with that said, we return to the city of the Holy Grail. Night patrol is, well, fun in a way. I understand a little now why somebody might continue this for days and days. Just understanding it doesn't mean I share the sentiment, though. The night will continue forever as long as she wishes it to. The woman that I am contracted to is unconsciously trying to make this battle go on longer. continuous repetition without end. Nevertheless, the radiance will one day disappear. Even if the form remains, the color is getting duller. No matter how bright, something that has already been seen before does not have the radiance of birth. It's just like a solar eclipse. Blackened, never to shine again. I'm acting like an idiot. Thinking about whose wish this was won't change a thing. Okay.
Aw, they were cute together.
Yeah. Just want to see what my options are. Okay. Let's go visit this mystery person. For no reason whatsoever, I end up in the storeroom. Huh? Did I forget something here? I don't remember leaving anything of importance in the storehouse, but let's check it out anyway. So, what am I doing? After fumbling around with the junk and cleaning up the shelves, I finally remember my original intention. Although the storehouse is overflowing with junk, there's nothing misplaced here. No, since this lost object had no clear definition in the first place, it's now destined to be forever missing. But this is kind of bugging me. What is it that I've left behind, I wonder? Let me try applying my fist to my forehead. Sadly, the external application of force brought me no flash of insight with it, leaving nothing but pain behind. Ow. Did I bump my head on something while I was asleep? I only hit it lightly, yet I feel numbingly sharp pain in my forehead. But enough to bring up disturbing images of an arrow piercing through my skull. Oh, so he remembers the time loop. Seeing as how I've already searched for it all over, I bet it's not even in the storehouse. It's not like I used it for anything but repairing broken stuff. No way I'd leave anything important in here. Thus, having reached consensus with myself, I leave the storehouse. As I step outside, a strong sense of unease hits me from one last time. Not about the storehouse, but something about what I just said.
What?
What, the arrow thing? Okay.
I guess nighttime.
Yep. Okay. Nothing. Guess we'll call it a day. Sakura here. Sakura or mystery? Yeah. Since I'm already here loitering out in the city, I'll try walking across the bridge. A clear sky. The sunlight makes it a bit warm, and the breeze from the ocean cools my cheeks just right. It's the start of a 3-day weekend, and it's just the right Saturday weather for the perfect picnic. Oh, it looks like there's something going on over there. I see a group of children in the park. There's quite a few of them. They brought bats, soccer balls. In fact, there's no way they could use all of those toys within one day. Having broken up into East and West teams, they are now competing against each other. Feeling in the mood to just bask in the sun, I lean against the railing and observe the epic battle unfolding in the park. After some twists and turns, it looks like they decided the match for the morning would be in basketball. Each force would select their finest and ensure the game rises above the ranks of a mere child's play. Cheering, booing, excitement, disappointment. Now that I look around, there's many people sitting on the grass, caught up in the thrill of the game along with the kids. Looks like I'm not the only spectator here. Why not? There might be the usual bit of danger with the Holy Grail War, but having a little diversion like this isn't too bad. Time that's neither particularly fun nor boring is not always so easy to come by. A particularly loud cheer comes from the park. The game is over. It was a tight race, but the team that controlled the game wasn't the one with the 3 oversized primary schoolers. It was actually the one of the West Force with an extremely orthodox formation. I knew it. That kid got the flow of the game totally under control. The players on the winning team were all average, but it was the leader that stood out. The little commander didn't just issue accurate orders to his teammates, he also let out more than enough brilliance as an ace player. Besides, being a foreigner with bright blonde hair, it would be strange if he didn't stand out. Okay, I'm guessing this is probably Kid Gil.
Yeah, it sounds like him.
Little blonde commander seems to be their idol. He praises everybody's work with a smile, all while the crowd around him after the game. With that much attention, it would only be natural for him to start bragging, but he isn't. He really is the perfect boy. For just an instant, our eyes met. I've got good eyesight, but eye-to-eye contact at this distance has to be just a figment of my imagination. Or so I thought. Huh? He's coming here. Excusing himself a bit, the blonde boy goes right towards the stairs leading to the bridge, cutting straight through the park. Yep. I think it might be better if you voice him, because I can't do a kid voice.
Good morning.
I accidentally make a mindless response.
Oh, at this time of day, should I say good afternoon? Okay, I'll do it again. Afternoon, Oni-san.
Yeah. Good afternoon. I follow suit automatically. The blind kid rewards me with a happy smile. Crap. I seriously don't remember him. I don't remember ever being greeted by a strange boy. To make matters worse, he came all the way from the park just to see me. I racked my brain, having obviously met him before, on a previous time loop. I'm really sorry. I don't know who you are at all. Have we met before?
Oh, you don't remember me?
The boy looks at me with a surprised expression. I feel really, really guilty, but I don't have a clue, sadly.
I see. Oni-san, you seem to be the dense sort. I guess it'll take you a bit, but we've already met each other many times. Well, I might have been wearing something a little bit different, though.
You were wearing different clothing? No, if it was just clothing, I wouldn't have forgotten about a kid this distinctive.
Not really clothing, but appearance. Well, even to me, everything from back then does feel like someone else's affairs. Like, we're the same, but there isn't much common ground.
I'm getting even more confused. The blonde kid frowns and continues reluctantly.
I'll give you a hint. I am the person Oni-san probably hates the most. That should narrow it down quite a bit, right? Oni-san, you have just as many people that you don't get along with as anyone else, but there shouldn't be many people that you hate.
Ah, hi, you're Kotomine.
Ah, you must be the old man, Sakura's grandpa.
No, wait, it's Archer. Well, it is Archer, but that's not what I meant. There isn't even a hint of sarcasm in the boy's voice. Even knowing that he's disliked, his smile is still just as sincere. His blood-red eyes look straight at me. Wait a minute. Red eyes and golden hair. Yeah, I think I know one guy that fits that profile. No, it can't be. It can't be, but this boy somehow looks... No, more like there are parts of him that are similar to that guy. Did he have a little brother by any chance?
Unfortunately, I have no blood relatives. I've always wanted to have a sibling or a spouse, though.
An innocent, angelic smile.
But please don't worry, Saber-san isn't my type yet. Well, if I lose to her, something unexpected may still happen, but for now, I'm not pursuing her.
The water in my brain just evaporated. So basically, this blonde boy is that.
I'm him. It was along the lines of, what an infantile mess. I refuse to put up with this nonsense. So it looks like I drank a youth potion. I really don't get myself.
No way. This can't be right. No, this really can't be right. Oh, even if there were some mistake, this really couldn't be right. I mean, how could he have been such a nice little kid when he was young?
Oh, Nissan, I know what you're thinking. I did ask a lot of other people and got the same reaction. I know it's my fault. Why do I end up doing things that make people hate me?
Hard to answer, even though it's about myself. No, oh wait, no, it's still him.
To answer, even though it's about myself. No, because it's about my own self.
Sighs the blonde boy.
Oh, everyone's calling me. See you later, Onisan. Oh, and you shouldn't do anything dangerous by yourself. I think it would be a good idea to do a lot of other stuff first. If you do that, I'll be able to go back to my old self too. But we don't want you to.
With a polite bow, the little blonde kid is about to leave. Wait, what do you mean?
I'm sorry, I can't tell you. I was told by my master that I couldn't tell you the answers. Or the answer. Remember? I have a past record. I was told to stay put until Lancer died. But there I went, off to see Saber-san. Why do I have to end up doing that kind of stuff?
What? That was during the Holy Grail War half a year ago when he impaled Castor, but... Master, but Kotomini isn't here anymore. I know that for sure. Yes, even if all the servants are remaining, even if the masters are here who shouldn't be, Kotomini Kiri alone is definitely dead.
Yes, that's right. My master's Kotomine. But Kotomine is clearly dead. He's already gone. Because of that, Kotomine Kire has nothing to do with this current situation. You should just think of me as just a part of the peanut gallery. Yep, I really have nothing to do with this incident.
The blonde boy runs down the stairs. The children rejoice at the return of their idol. As they watch the scene, stunned as they am, lock in the fact that the boy is him in my memory. Of course, not that it makes any damn sense. Oh. Guess, should we go see Lancer?
Sure, then we can unlock more stuff.
At the harbor, there's a familiar face. Lancer could be found anywhere, but in the afternoon, this is where he devotes himself to his hobby. Oh wait, no, this is... Oh, it's repeating. Okay, there we go. Regrets about the past. Maybe I'll ask him about about his past. I'm curious what he thinks about the current state of affairs. But another part of me also wants to know how he feels about his life. Saber has blamed herself strongly. Someone that lives as freely as he does might still have some regrets about the past.
Emiya, are you playing therapist?
Regrets, you say? Disappointment, maybe, but regrets, not one bit. So... that would be the reply of the ill-fated hero of Ireland, made while looking at a fishing rod that hasn't gotten a single bite. I thought so. You really got nothing on you, huh? Other servers all seem to have some longing for the past. You don't say. They sure don't look like the sort who'd want to go back home as heroes. Oh, Castor ought to be full of regrets, though. She was sure to have originally been a shelter princess. She'd be happier had she been kept in that castle. The world and you would be safer that way. Ugh, yawns Lancer loudly. Wonder if it's the lack of any catches that's irritating him, or if he just doesn't like talking about the past. Lancer just reached an all-time record in lack of enthusiasm. So what if you did get a hold of the Holy Grail? Isn't there something you want from it, like getting another chance at life as a human being? Or maybe just going back to the past or something? Beats me. Can't think of any random wish that'll until I actually get it. This is it. Basically, he spends what he has. He spends what he has the day he earns it. What he wants has already been mostly gained while he was alive. As a result, he wouldn't have any regret like, I should have done this once the party is over. Must have been one full life. Oh yeah. Hey Lancer, if you don't mind, could you tell me about your story? I just realized I don't really know much about your life. A bit too late to gain anything from it, you know? Or are you looking for a fight? No, Saber and I aren't interested in that. Didn't I tell you how grateful I am that you were going to be neutral? Maybe you did. Okay, if you say you did, then you probably did. So what is it? You only want to hear other people's stories, nothing other than that? Yeah, just pure curiosity. No secret motivations involved. Guess there ain't no harm then. I'm not catching anything, so I'll entertain you just to kill time. There's also one thing I wanted to beat into your head. Lancer's lethargic expression changes slightly. His relaxed shoulders are now even more relaxed, and his eyes, previously attending the ocean's surface, move lazily towards the sky. Yeah, that's right. He became even less enthusiastic. Lancer. Cuchulainn was a hero of ancient Ireland. His land was split into 5 countries, and of them, Cuchulainn served as a warrior under the northern kingdom of Ulster under King Conor. Being part of Celtic mythology, he isn't that well known in this part of the world, but over there, he was a great hero that outmatched even King Arthur. There were many factors that worked in his birth. Cuchulainn's mother... Oh my god, I'm sorry I'm butchering these Celtic names, but... Daityre was a princess born between a gifted druid, father of the King of Conor, and Maga, the widow of Ross the Red. Princess Daityre disappeared in the land of the young without marrying anyone. Over there, she would bear a child of the sun god Lu. That child was Setanta, later to be called Cuchulainn. By the way, there is actually a saber coup that's named Setanta in the arcade. I don't know if it ever got added to the mobile version of FGO though.
Oh yeah, Cool Lily, right?
Yeah. Setanta was sent to Conor's army as one that would one day become the Shield of Ulster. He would have a life that followed that destiny. Setanta became Cuchulainn when he was still a child. The name was given to him after he killed the guard dog of the swordsmith Culann with his bare hands. One day, King Conor was invited to the house of the famed swordsman Culann. The king was going to bring the boy Setanta with him, but Setanta was in the middle of hurling match with his friends. Had he withdrawn right there, he would have lost the match, so he said to the king, "I'll catch up after I win, so go right ahead." The king, humored by his reply, allowed him to come late and went to the house of Culann first. The tragedy began when one of the servants of Culann thoughtlessly closed the gate. Setanta, who had come late, was attacked by the guard dog. He then strangled it to death. The people inside heard the commotion and gathered at the gate. Once they knew that Setanta managed to defeat the guard dog, they were full of shock and admiration. There was some sadness in Culann's eyes, losing his prized guard dog. Setanta, ashamed of his actions, then told him, "Does this dog have children? If he does, would you allow me to take care of them? I'll raise them to be guard dogs just as strong as their father. Until then, I'll be your guard dog." The swordsmith Culann was impressed by the boy's offer and responded to him with assurance. I have no need of that. I will be the one to raise the dogs that will protect my manor. You, on the other hand, must train yourself. After all, one day you will be the guard dog of all of Ulster. All the warriors at the scene nodded in agreement. From then on, the boy was called Hound of Kulan. I guess that's why... Again, there's like multiple ways I've heard to pronounce this. I've heard Kulan, so... But they're also spelling it with an I here, so... I'm still just going to keep saying Kukulane. That's what I'm used to. It was the boy's first battle. In the honor of the noble declaration, he would... Yeah, I already know that much, but just how old were you back then? I think I was younger than you. Not become a warrior yet. See, in our land, there's a separate group of kiddos before they become full-fledged knights of the Red Branch. It was a group of warriors apprentices that hadn't come of age yet. I was one of them. Okay, you're telling me that you strangled the nation's top hound when you were around 12 to 13 years old? It was just an adrenaline rush. That was the first time I would take a life. Since then, I got a Gias on me. Could eat anything except dogs. It'd be dog. Yeah, slightly. So anyway, some time passes after my name changed. The kiddie group gathered around this druid. They were all in a stupid uproar, asking him when they would become famed warriors. That druid, yeah. I'll admit that he already was a pretty tough old man. His divinations were strong enough to not see the future, but to determine the future. The old man didn't know what to do, so he decided to just tell it for those that take up arms on that day. Wow, so what happened? Wasn't much of a divination. Ugly enough that nobody tried to go through the rites of warriorhood. Uh-huh. What were you doing then? I wasn't interested. I was just fishing, leaning against the hazel tree. What's the point of the story? Don't get it, huh? The king got mad. What could go from a warrior? Focus on growing up healthy first. Stuff like that. So that ticked me off. I wound up smashing the spears of the castle and wrecking a chariot. Now try telling me one more time that I'm not strong enough to be a warrior. Threatening a king. Oh boy. This guy actually has settled down in comparison to old times. Saber told me he would also fit the berserker class, but I don't believe it. So then, you became a warrior? Of the Red Branch of Knights? Red Branch Knights, was it? Yeah, but if you ask someone like Saber, she'd probably say there wasn't any knightliness to it. After all, in those times, as long as you didn't do anything disloyal, you could do whatever you want. If it felt like it, I could pick a fight with another land, then have a party at that same night and forget all about it. There were a lot of loonies among the knights, so I had to keep an eye on my own country more than the others. It lasted some amusement. I see. The free-spiritedness was the difference of the world he survived in. The pride wasn't the complicated pride of a human. It was simple, like that of an animal. So once I became a warrior, I got busy fighting. And one day I fell head over heels for this princess, love at first sight. Went as far as her castle to kidnap her, but this princess, she was my kind of woman. Except she bitched about not wanting to go to the hearth of some fameless kid. Wait a minute, kid? Just how old were you then? I should have been around 16. Anyway, I went on a journey in search of fame. There was this warrior named Skataha. I still don't know how to pronounce her name. Skathak? In this place called the Land of Shadows. Strong like a monster, apparently. Heard rumors that many warriors went over to be her apprentices. I know what came next. Kukulane would finally reach the Land of Shadows, a land of the supernatural, and would be granted the secrets of leaping a demonic spear gay bullock from the Lady Skathak. Oh man, don't try to make things that simple. That woman's training would be enough to take that Tosaka girl to shame, you know? Put her. Anyway, she was dangerous. By the time I got there, she quit being human. Land of Shadows is close to the world of spirits, you see. She basically turned into a guard that warded off the dead. There's even some near gods among the dead. She was so good with the spear that she couldn't even handle shutting them. She could even handle shutting them in, even though her body was a human's. You can understand how crazy that'd be, right? Yeah, just the idea of a powered-up Tosaka is enough to scare me. Yeah, that's it. Anyway, there were other pupils under that scary master. Those were all warriors that came to be taught by Skathak. One of them happened to be my equal. He went by the name of Ferdiad, warrior of the neighboring country of Connacht. I don't know if that's supposed to be Fergus or not. Might be. We were competing for Gay Bowl again. Before we knew it, we somehow wound up exchanging a vow of brotherhood. Yeah, maybe not. Might be a different person. But, well, you see, I had three priceless friends. But out of all of them, this guy had a special place in my heart, like an older brother. With that done, Kukulane would learn many techniques and spells. So to think that the deeds of Kukulane had been accomplished when he was 16, as far as I've heard, this man caused havoc every day at maximum velocity, like an already fast horse in a hurry. I'm getting it wrong. I stayed in the Land of Shadows for a long time. I felt at home over there. Had a great teacher and good rival with me. So there was this dumbass that was going to attack that homely land. This Lord Ife of a neighboring country started a war with us. Skathak didn't let me go out on the battlefield for some reason, so we often argued about that. Anyhow, in the end, I did get to cause hell together with Skathak and Ferdiad. After one duel, I captured Ife alive. But guess what? We started off as hated enemies, but once I caught her, I realized that she was my kind of woman. Started getting seriously into her, but then Skathak found out. That earned me a stoning, Gaybolg style. He laughed listlessly. And so the enemy lord was female. Hey, wait. Hold on. What do you mean you got serious? You meant that? Hell yes. If you like her, of course you'd make love with her, right? Gah. Yeah, what? With great power comes great womanizing. Meaning there were no chaste warriors back in old Ireland. So one of those days, we had to part ways. I split up with Ive. She bore my child. I asked her to name him Conla and send him to Ulster. When he did come, he had to follow 3 vows: to not answer his name when asked, to not change course, to not back down from a fight. Yeah, that's the bare minimum I expect from a son of mine. Me and Ferdy had left the Land of Shadows on the same day. Once we got out of the castle, we both asked each other the same thing at the same time. How about coming to my country? We laughed, realizing that neither of us was going to budge. Skathak, I didn't see her when we left. She already passed down everything to me, so she didn't have anything more to tell me. That was the tale of the Land of Shadows. From here on, Lancer became a lot less talkative. Returning to Ulster, Kukulane had started up dramatic battles that became known throughout Ireland in an instant. With exploits that no one else could ever repeat, he came as promised for the princess. Opposed by King Forgal and his troops, he literally annihilated them, thus also achieving victory among the knights that waged their honor as Ulster's finest warriors. This illustrious record was at the same time the youth of the hero Kukulane, which is why afterwards, the Battle of Kukulane would bear a heavy shadow. The neighboring country of Connacht was controlled by generations of queens. Queen Maeve was one of those warmongering ladies, the type that really hated giving up. Yeah, a lot happened to her, so she had her forces march into Ulster. All right, first question, first mention of Maeve. First off, one of the reasons for Connacht attacking was that good old Uncle Fergus defected. Okay, was a different person then. Our king, not to be outdone by all this comedy, killed Fergus's son out of lust for a young woman. That'd be the reason why he left. Say, wasn't Fergus the knight that took you from Dechtire? Yeah, so my uncle, the pride of the Red Branch Knights, served Connacht out of hatred for the Ulster king. So my uncle influenced Queen Maeve's aggressiveness. Plus there was this curse affecting the people of Ulster. Whenever we got invaded, men all over the country were rendered too feeble to fight. Say what? What the hell? And how does the country affected by that manage to prosper? What happened? It seems an all-you-can-plunder buffet. Adding insult to injury, thing is, I wasn't really born of Ulster. Now, I was born in a fairy mound. That's how I was totally up on my feet. You ought to know the rest, right? They went around killing Maeve's forces every day, and they started to lose. Came to an agreement to change the war to a one-on-one fight. At the forge in Ulster Gorge, I dueled. The Connacht army was allowed to advance during the duel. It was a matter of losing 5,000 men in one day, or advancing only slightly at the cost of one man. Maeve agreed reluctantly, and that was the start of the duels. I see. That was more widely known as Cuchulain's Rune of Vows. Gobla. Oh my god. An area formed from 4 branches. I think that's the name of a craft essence, isn't it? Sounds familiar.
It is.
Yeah.
Guaranteeing that.
Yep. Guaranteeing one-on-one combat with honor at stake. Good idea. The Hound of Cuchulain would never lose in single combat, so that's how you stopped Connacht. Now, Maeve broke the conditions of the treaty and advanced, but even still, it was a public vow. It might have advanced, but it was just one unit, not something that would be noticed. Yeah, in the end, it was the best way of holding them back. Now the problem was what I had to deal with. Started off with some fine warriors, then some weird-ass goddess of war butted in. And then I had to deal with the Clan Colleton monster, and then, yeah, was deep in it. I'm ashamed to say it, but there was a time when I slept for the whole day out of fatigue. So then the Kiddo group, right, the ones who hadn't been exposed to real combat, all agreed to save Cuchulain. Them getting slaughtered by Maeve instead. Yeah, you could say it's my fault. I shouldn't have said that. The battle at the fords, even with the hero Cuchulain, was a lot of land of death. The conclusion was the war was perhaps the greatest of living hells in his life. Connacht had the strongest warriors with them. He was the one man I never wanted to fight. The warrior that he had trained with the Land of Shadows. That was the battle with Ferdiad, the man who Cuchulain loved as a brother. This battle was the scheme of Queen Maeve, not out of Ferdiad's own will. Maester doesn't speak of how much emotional conflict both must have struggled with. Both had to serve their lord. To defend that honor, far more worthless than their friendship, that life had to be discarded. Both were equal to each other. Cornered, Cuchulain had to use Gay Bullock to pierce Ferdiad's heart. The demonic spear had not seen a single battle since leaving the Land of Shadows. It was released on his most precious friend. Gay Bullock is a glory given to only the most gifted of warriors. As Cuchulain held his fallen brother in arms. In the brilliant hall of learning, you are our pride. This Ferdiad said his final farewell to Cuchulain. The battle ended with the defeat of Connacht. The recuperated warriors of Ulster pursued the Connacht army, adding a great blow to this defeat. At the end, Cuchulainn captured Queen Maeve, returned her to Connacht, treating her as a king, not killing her nor shaming her. Yeah, but you still let the leader of the enemy escape. You never killed a woman before, have you? I guess that's right. I don't really have a fixation on it, so I just happened that way. But that's right, I don't like killing women in battle. I say it's a problem that came before the matter of like or dislike. Whether he loved them or hated them didn't make a difference. As a servant, things are different now, but the hero called Cuchulainn, killing women on the battlefield isn't something he liked doing. What happened next? There weren't any major battles after that. Alright, now that you mention it, there was a strange kid that came down the coast and stirred up trouble. He was a real brat, you see. Beat the living daylights out of the warriors that would try to talk to him. So the king butted in too and said, only Cuchulainn could defeat this boy. I think this would be the only time, other than just before my death, that my princess stopped me. So she cried at me, saying, you mustn't go. But it was a royal order after all. I couldn't do anything about that. From there, I fought that kid at the coast. He was strong and had no choice but to use Gay Bolg. After I did, he said, she didn't teach me that before dying. Must have been a student of Scathach. By the way, that kid's name was Conla. That was the end of the golden years of Cuchulainn. The rest doesn't need to be told. Queen Maeve, who vowed vengeance, assembled warriors from lands with grudges on Cuchulainn and cornered him by the use of many plots. To protect Ulster, which was once again beset by sickness, he challenged the army of Maeve single-handedly. After falling into scores of traps, he was brutally killed. The great hero that was responsible for the countless deeds of valor, the Shield of Ulster. In comparison to that glory, his life was unexpectedly short. The Hound of Cuchulainn, one that became a warrior while still a boy, closed the curtains on his life as though it was a race. That was the tale of Cuchulainn. The sun is about to set. He was only being half serious when I asked him, but it looks like we used up a lot of time. I should get going. Thanks for the story. Answer snorts, turning his face away. Bet he's having second thoughts about behaving out of character like this. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. You mentioned you wanted to beat something into my head. What was it? Didn't get it, huh? Not once have I killed a woman or a master. Ah, I see. In his many battles, Cuchulainn had not once refused to follow the order of his king, no matter how impossible. His tales also told that truth. I'll keep that in mind. I'll pay you back one of these days. Yeah, sure. Get that tiger lady to pass me some sake then. Leave the docks behind. Well, that sure caught me off guard. You think he'd shoot me down so early in the game? I never realized they went into this much detail about his story, because they did completely skim over it during Stay Night.
Who gets his time to shine except that he couldn't catch any fish again?
Yep. Also, they left. I guess this happened like long after he died, but they left out the part where Maeve died because someone threw a piece of cheese at her head. All right, Saber. The usual daily chat. While everyone else is taking a bath, I have some light practice with Saber to help digest dinner. It's more for the sake of exercise and competition, so rather than using Archer's dual-wielding style, I have just one Shinai. Instead of coming at me with the usual flurry of blows, Saber starts pointing out a relatively gentle manner the areas that need improvement.
Your overhead cut, it still leaves a huge opening. Try to restrain yourself until the right moment.
The word gentle is a purely subjective term. My wide open chest got smacked, and down on the floor I go. Ow, I'll take note. Trying to ignore the pain, I stand up, ready with my shinai once again.
Good. You're getting sharper every day. Let us continue the same way.
Saber seems awfully happy. You're enjoying this, aren't you?
Yes, you're definitely improving, albeit slowly. For a teacher of swordsmanship, there is no greater joy.
I see. In front of a coach like this, any student would get motivated. Let's keep going a while longer. This time I have a secret technique. It's not really something I should show off but as a student, sincere appreciation of his teacher, I also want to show her something good.
Very well. Back to our position, Shiro.
Saber resumes her stance. Just like always, as soon as she sees that I'm not moving, she comes charging forward without giving me a chance to rest. Ha! But instead of parrying it from the front, I step to the side, as if weaving through. And as we pass each other, she easily avoids the blow I aim at her head. Ah, that was the best one so far, yet you still dodged it so easily. I hang my head in shame.
Shiro, what was that maneuver just now?
Oh, the new Shinai technique? Well, I thought I'd surprise you for once, so Huh? Wait, why did I just get the feeling that she was really pissed off? Saber?
Indeed. There is no need to ask where you learned it. That footwork and attack style is definitely Ryder's. Just when did you...
Well, you weren't here, and so I asked her to come practice with me. But then, I'm nowhere near Ryder's skill or speed, so I was more like referencing than actually imitating her.
I see. In other words, you have no qualms about learning from anyone, no matter who the teacher is. Is that it? Indeed, now that I think about it, you copied Archer's technique too, didn't you?
Saber?
You say that your magic is from Reen and your swordsmanship is from myself, but in reality, you're quite fickle. You know, I could even ignore Archer's influence, but Ryder's, out of all people...
Wait a second, Saber. Are you sure you haven't got the wrong idea? She's not listening. Her movement's full of vigor. Saber races her Shinai back into position.
Very well. Come, Shiro. Feel free to use 2 blades, chains, or whatever you like. Tonight is a great opportunity. Let us show whose fighting style is superior, once and for all.
No, I do realize that yours is the best. Are you upset because you train with Ryder?
Such a trivial thing does not bother me. I just want to see the results of your studies under all these other people. At this rate, I may as well start watching out for Lancers and Assassins' tendencies.
I hear her murmur. Liar, you're all riled up.
Naturally, we are in the middle of a training session. No, please, prepare yourself, Shiro. Assassin too, huh?
Yeah. What I learned today. First, Saber is still extremely strong, so try not to anger her as much as possible. Second, when it comes to swordsmanship, remain faithful to Saber no matter what the circumstances. And so on. Only now, as my consciousness is fading, do I realize Saber's true dreadful potential. Wallpaper added.
I want to go to the shopping district.
Alright, yeah, we can, I left the lunch arrangement to Sakura and went shopping. Now then, what should I do for dinner tonight? It's already fall, and it would be real nice to have the taste of the season. Yeah, like chestnut rice or something. Oh, there's casual clothes.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, going around like that, I come upon Castor, probably buying groceries, same as me. She's holding a tote bag and looking at a storefront. No need to call out to her, I guess. I'll just quickly finish my own shopping. All done. Mackerel pike was on sale, so that's what today's main dish is going to be. The mushrooms were looking good too, so that will go with the rice. Thinking how to put those together, I noticed Castor again. Since we seem to have arrived at the same time, she must have already bought stuff and is about to go back. It doesn't look like that. There isn't a lot of stuff in her bag, and she's still looking at the storefronts. Now that I've realized it, I can't just pass by. I go greet her as a fellow housewife. Hey, Castor, what are you up to?
Oh my. The boy from Saber's place.
She didn't notice me until I actually got a lot closer and called out to her. I guess she was lost in thought.
What about you, boy? I wonder what you're doing here.
As you can see, I'm grocery shopping. You are too, right?
Yes.
With that, she looks at my shopping bags. No wonder, some of the ingredients I bought are still moving.
Would it be that you can actually cook?
I sure can. I'm pretty much in charge of all housework. Aren't you, Castor?
Yes, well...
The reply sounds a bit evasive. Anyway, it looks like you were wandering around. Are you looking for something?
I wonder if you haven't been watching me all this time, boy.
No way. I don't have that much spare time. I went shopping and you happened to be here. That's all.
I see.
If you're looking for something, perhaps I could help you. You're not familiar with the area yet, right?
Yes, that is so, but...
Your response is pretty vague. If I'm bothering you, I'll just go home.
That's not it, boy. I simply don't know what to make in the first place.
I'm not sure how to interpret that. She hangs her head a bit and lets out a sigh.
What I'm trying to say is, I don't know what to do with the foodstuffs in this country.
Oh, yeah. I see, so that's what it was. Come to think of it, Ryder said something along the lines of not knowing what to buy and how to. Well, no, the situation was a little different there. So just tell me what you want to make and I'll give you an idea of what to buy. The kind of food that Kuzuki-sensei likes, for example.
Soichiro-sama eats whatever I cook for him. I tried asking him, and he told me that anything I make is fine.
She sounds awfully happy all of a sudden. Like some sort of strange switch just flipped inside of her. Okay, if your beloved one is all you want to talk about, I'll be going now.
Stop right there, boy. That's not what it is.
Great. I'll die of embarrassment if I get mistaken for newlyweds in the middle of the shopping district. Then how about you just make what you can, Castor?
But Soichiro-sama seems to like this country's cuisine. And besides, it's a temple we live in.
Are those really the words of the witch that entrenched herself in that temple to suck up energy from the population of an entire town? Well, whatever. Just tell me what you're planning to make already.
Let's see.
Castor is happily blabbering away about her Kuzuki-sensei. I can't bring myself to abandon her and eventually end up accompanying her for the whole shopping trip. But unbeknownst to me, this is just the beginning of a lot of trouble.
Wait, just the beginning. Where's the next part?
So there's this one particular scene that I wanted to get to today. I think we've met the requirements for it to appear, but I'm not seeing it yet. So, like, if you don't mind, I'm actually going to try and skip through the loop to see if it activates.
Yeah.
Kill it a day. If we don't get it today, then I'll have to change the title of the video, because oh, yeah, here we go. Outskirts.
Hello, nice to meet you. What?
And this is the Tiger Dojo version of her too, with the way it's drawn. But I fall over from shock. Who are you? What are you?
Who? Well, it's not like I have a name. I'd rather you didn't even ask me that question, actually. Right. I know that I am myself, yet I do not know who this myself might be. That is my dilemma. An, an unidentified being, I guess?
Crap. I figured that warped out of some kind of messed up dimension.
But enough of that troublesome talk. I am a sergeant, a mercenary that's been called forth to conquer the evil castle nestled deep within this forest, Illya's castle. And you are, let's see, number 46, Emiya-kun of Fuyuki. Blank feature, together with number 99, Saber-san, coming all the way from Britannia. Right. Today is the day that Devil's Castle will see its fall.
Saber, when did you get here?
How rude of you, Shiro, from Iliadsville. Good evening. How is everyone doing? Are you getting along with Shiro while I'm not around? Oh, you are? Okay, great. I'll kill you. Anyways, the new castle is now complete, so make sure you come by for a visit. Go ahead and break it if you can. Thus came a polite letter of invitation, did it not? Seeing you head out for the forest and the outskirts, I realized the time had come and hastened to join you.
Invitation? I don't know anything about that. But anyway, don't you think this person here looks really strange? Saber?
Now that you mention it, the coloring seems a bit unfinished, but Shiro, I do not think it is right to judge people by their appearance.
That's not it. Coloring aside, doesn't the whole style seem off?
Shut up. Cut the chit-chat, recruits. It's 100 years too early for you to comment on the master supporting character, you miserable little pile of protagonist. See, Shiro? Won't you get yelled at if you start talking loudly during a mission? On the battlefield, a superior officer's command is absolute, godlike, the absolute truth. Keep the grumbling to yourself and be part of the armed force. That's the soldier's duty. It seems you do not understand that, Shiro. Well said, Saber-san. Spot on. With the aid of Saber-san, the unstoppable war machine, it won't be long before Illya's castle falls like the house of cards that it is. Isn't that right, Saber-san? Hoo. I hope to see blood tonight. Excellent. This week will mark the victory of our troops. Right. And with that, are we all prepared? Shiro-kun, Saber-san, are you ready to start pounding on your mouse?
Not only am I not ready, I still have no clue what the objective is. Can I get an explanation?
Yes. Welcome, our loyal elite. What awaits you is a challenge of many a barrier, a long road that you must take to the evil magical Illya's castle. Defeat the lowly Buruma Lord, and make the castle ours. And that's when I might just become a princess and rule over this land.
Yeah, so I mentioned before that I played this game up to a certain point. It was specifically for this scene. Because,
oh, beautiful.
Yeah. Although, funny thing is I don't remember a lot of what we've been through already. Like, I just remember this scene in particular. The crack of thunder. She's totally ignoring all I said, but at least I got an idea of what she wants me to do. In other words, I can't reach the Ironborn Castle if I don't clear this minigame.
That's right. Up ahead is an evil land governed by impossible rules. Gather your courage and fight to the bitter end. Yes, the way it should be. No mercy. I should drive my holy sword into the backs of any rivals that dare advance ahead of me. There is no objection, correct, Cheeto?
Saber is brimming with bloodlust. When it comes to competitions, anything but first place is absolutely unacceptable to her. That's her greatest weakness.
Yes, think of everyone except your own team to be your enemies. This time, the course will run up to stage 3. Shiro-kun, Saber-san, become a team and defeat the many obstacles that come our way, or come your way. Alright then, let's go! A crusade to conquer the evil castle nested deep in the middle of the forest. A love-love game of you and me. We call it... What?
Illya's castle. Assault Einsburg. Oh my god. Oh, I like the copyright down in there. Type of moon.
Yes.
Alright, game start. That chose automatically. I didn't get to actually pick anyone.
And they all died. Welcome, chosen ones.
Sorry, what's that little thing next? Those like, oh, those little cats, I think.
That's adorable. The time has come to challenge the Winter Castle, but watch your every step. Many great trials await you. The image of your loved ones and family in your heart. I want you to overcome them all. 3 more days and we're free. No. Shake it off. Become one with your master and servant, and be a legend. Are you even listening? That devil, still an apprentice, daring to challenge me, her teacher. Could it be she wants a heroine seat for herself? Put simply, you are also in trouble. The peaceful times have finally come to an end. Yes, you, the nonchalant ones, lacking in any tension whatsoever. You will soon understand what that ankle biter of a holy grail feels. Remember the time you feared for your own place? Yep, like that. But now, I am Taiga. Stern to bow, a heartless warship
It's
with
bow.
no mercy aboard. Engraved in my heart, the spirit of my mind. Soldiers, I wish you luck in your valiant struggles. Flare up, one-shot lighters. Oh, and make sure you read the tutorial. Relying on pure chance will not keep you alive. However, as you keep progressing, remember that luck is still the final unknown.
Well, I skipped the tutorial, so... Lake of the Ryudo God. I think I remember how to play this.
Sorry, Ryder.
Oh, that's the Shadow Beast.
Ooh, treasure.
Oh, oh. That's that.
Can you get the treasure chest?
I'll try to. Ooh. Saber's Rice Bowl. Oops.
Oh no!
Oh my goodness. Oh god. I couldn't react in time. I need somewhere to jump to. Okay.
Ooh, hamburger.
Yeah. Between Sella and Lesriet. I think that's a reference to Greek mythology between Skyla and Charybdis.
I like the attack.
Yeah, it's like ladles and kitchen knives. I just noticed down there it says Mew. Oh, Gilgamesh. What's happening? Oh no no no! Ah, damn it! Oh my god! Almost there! Yes!
Dang, though, Ku had a treasure chest.
Oh. Die. The Berserk car.
Oh, I love it.
Food. Oh wait. Okay, I didn't realize I right-clicked to use double phantasm. Oh, dead. Oh.
Looks like they just wait for Noble Phantasm.
What was that?
I think your Noble Phantasm
yeah.
used for, right?
Yep. Oh, jeez. I gotta get food or something. Oh, dead. Dang it. Oof.
Hey, that was better, though.
Yeah. Oh. Get away, get away. Please, die. There's food. I need food.
Little phantasm?
Oh. Yeah. Come on. Wait. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. Yay, did it.
Yay!
Nope.
Illya, what are you doing? Uh-oh.
Self-destruct.
But the mansion was just rebuilt.
I finally get to the castle. Kind of feels like a lot happened, but I'm letting the details go for now. It's already past noon. Now that I'm finally here.
Ooh.
I kind of want to talk
There's a salon in there?
Oh, yeah. But I don't think it's like a hair salon. I think that's just a name for a room. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
I kind of want to talk to the maid.
Let's do it.
Let's go check out the lobby first. At this time of day, Liz and Sella should both be there.
Laceret, have you not finished putting the wine cellar in order? Having lain used for 10 years, if someone were to happen there now, it would be too late to address the problem, would it not? You may leave mending the walls for another day, but begin your survey of the cellar at once. Work here is first. No one uses the wine cellar, so Illya is not troubled even if it collapses. It couldn't be that Milady said as much herself, that it is permissible to leave the basement in such a state? Not really. Before, where nobody goes, I clean where everyone sees. Because Illya would be sad if she finds a crack in the wall. I should think that would go without saying. Finding cracks in the walls of an old castle where one is staying is a fairly clear omen of misfortune ahead. Dear me, whatever possessed Milady to want to take up residence in such a remote forest is entirely beyond me. But as remote as it is, I see that has not stopped you from showing up here at all the same, Miyashiro.
Me? She suddenly calls my name. Or perhaps I should say she finally realized that I was here.
Shiro? It is.
By the way, did they have different colored stuff there, like in the previous game? Because like one's blue, one's black.
Think so. Hello, Shiro. Guten Tag.
Hello, Liz. Guten Tag. Two of us exchanged these idiotic greetings. This is a secret greeting between Liz and me. One that Sella doesn't quite care for, it seems. Her name is Laceret. Oh, wait.
Your name is Laceret, Emiya-sama. Please do not abbreviate it in such a distasteful fashion. Both Milady and we possess special names. It is unpleasant to have a commoner like yourself address us in such a familiar way. Shiro, don't mind. Sela just feels left out and jealous because nobody gives her a nickname. Be quiet, Laceret. Emiya-sama, what Laceret said just now was nothing but pure nonsense. Please do not mistake it for the truth.
Is that so? I guess I should call you Sela-san then. That way it sounds more like a nickname too.
Please to be quiet, Emiya-sama. Our relationship is not so friendly that I would permit you to address me with a name like Sela-san.
I've made her angry. Well, it is true that it's easier for me to just call her Sela.
Please excuse me, Emiya-sama. We have been much too busy with our tasks to come to receive you properly when you arrived. Might I ask what business you have by coming here? I do not believe you have made any arrangements to meet with Milady today.
No, we haven't arranged anything. I just happened to find myself in the area and thought I'd stop by.
Yeah, I happened to find himself in the area that's like 2 hours away by car. I see, Shiro, policeman. Came to make sure Illya is safe?
Well, I guess you could say that, but Berserker's here too, right? The town feels a lot safer recently. Rather than a patrol, it's more like I felt like coming over, just for fun.
Oof. Look well, Laceret. Such a creature is man. What reason could a being which cares only for its fellow humans, objects, have for concerning itself with Milady? Nah, Shiro just feels shy, probably. Sela hates humans too much. Such is my role. Are we not charged with Milady's protection? I exist to protect her pride and honor, and you to protect her body from harm. So what, might I ask, is this? You have let your guard down in the presence of not just any human, but the son of Emiya Kiritsugu, with whom you exchanged such an overly familiar greetings. Did you not bear that petty criminal just as much hatred as I did? Yeah, I hate Kiritsugu. No fair to Shiro, but Kiritsugu was a bad human.
There's no hatred to be felt but in those awkward words. This is the sole reason for hating Kiritsugu is that he made Illya cry. You can't really disagree with her there. I feel the same way about him after all. It's okay, Liz. It's only natural that you guys can't forgive my old man for what he did, or that you'd condemn me as his son.
It seems you are not as thoughtless as your appearance would suggest. You are quite perceptive.
Yeah, well, I am my father's son after all, and I intend to take care of the responsibility he left with me. So I'll accept that you hate me, Sela. But to take that as far as hating all humans by association is...
And what if I do indeed hate all humans? Do you find such a thing unpardonable?
No, I'd be happy if you reconsider, though. It's not really like you, is what I thought.
How insincere. In what manner is holding such a belief not like me?
It just isn't. It'd be like saying that since you don't like apples, you hate all fruit. That's just way too prejudiced.
Prejudiced, you say? Yep, Sela prejudiced.
The two of us nod in unison.
I suppose, as you say, I should be more true to my own sense of aesthetics. I shall endeavor to be more exacting in my hatred, and to justify my reasons for hating what I hate, which I hate. Then please excuse us, Emiya-sama. The two of us have our tasks to attend to. Today's work all done, Sela lying. We better get tea ready for Shiro properly. You've not heard a word of what I've said to you? I told you not 5 minutes before to finish seeing to the wine cellar. Have you already forgotten? Sela, emotions getting in way of duties. If you want to organize me so much, do it yourself. I I have done and will do as much as I can. Tasks requiring brute force fall under your jurisdiction. Slender arms like mine are ill-suited to reorganizing the wine barrels. Line number 2. Stella, scared of basement, just doesn't want to go in wine cellar. Stella's really... Well, wait just a minute, Lacerit. You are in the presence of a guest. Cease your idiotic rambling this very instant. Guess what, Shiro? Stella, so proud but really super scared of ghosts. Yeah, I am absolutely absolutely not. Such a thing is a fabrication. Forget this, Emiyashiro. Purge this nonsense that you have just heard from your mind immediately.
Throughout all this mayhem, Stella never laid a hand on either of us. Her professionalism is to be admired. This is really something. Definitely the kind of thing that would earn you a few sharp raps on the head from Tosaka if she were here.
Lacerit, I demand an explanation from you as well. Refute these baseless and delusional ramblings at once, and then remove yourself to the wine cellar post-haste. Fine, I'll go with you. So I'm not scared, right, Stella? As I said in the first place, I am not scared. Enough. I cannot depend on the likes of you any longer. I shall sort out the wine cellar by myself. See if I don't. It's alright. I'm not scared. I'm not, for how could one of the world's only completely natural homunculi ever be scared of ghosts?
Stella's face is showing more emotions than I've ever seen from her before. The way she's trying to psych herself up for the task is almost enough to invite sympathy.
Is that where the ghosts come out?
Wait.
That's so.
Oh no, I think that's Shiro. That's so. No, sorry, that's Lesriot.
In Forest recently, ghosts began appearing from time to time. After that, when Illya was playing at night, saw a demon ghost or something in basement. No such thing could have happened. Even said in jest, this is Castle Einsburn. I cannot speak for the spirits of its masters now departed, but surely no holy ghost would be able to gain entrance. And I shall prove it to you, prove it to you that it is so. Ooh, Stella, good job, good job. Praise is completely unnecessary. I am simply going to check the condition of the wine cellar.
I guess the wine cellar is in the basement. The basement of a castle. Sure sounds like it'd be pretty scary. It's pretty brave of Stella to say she'll go check it out by herself. But still.
What is it, Emiya-sama? It seems you have something to say.
Well, if you say you're going to prove that there aren't any ghosts, wouldn't doing it right now be pretty meaningless? Illya saw it at night, didn't she? So wouldn't that mean that the ghost would only appear late at night?
You demon! How could you even suggest that I do such a dreadful thing? What would you have me do if I ran into a ghost down there? Like I thought, afraid of ghosts?
Stella stops in her tracks.
Ooh, I have sorely misjudged you, Emiyashiro. To incite Lacerit in this fashion, and to cast such implausible doubts on me.
The only one doing any inciting around here is Stella herself, and on top of that, what she's doing now is little more than a suicide mission.
So be it. If you insist on going that far, then wait and see. I shall go alone to the basement at midnight tonight and see for myself. Although the risk is not my responsibility, it will serve to verify that I am right. Just wait and see, Emiyashiro. You shall know that as Ilias Viosama's has the Einspurn's homunculus, I am without flaw.
Off she goes. Is this alright, Liz? This is Stella we're dealing with. She really will go off alone, you know. You'll probably end up fainting down there in the cellar, too.
Okay, Zella not as strong as Shiro thinks. Gonna come crying back here soon.
She smiles almost in delight. Wait, just what is she smiling about? More
importantly, Shiro, tea time. I'll call Illya, so go wait in the salon.
Thanks, Liz, and I'll go on ahead.
Okay. Shiro's so honest, very good.
She starts up the central staircase, probably to call Illya. I'll head for the salon then. Coming all the way out here is pretty tiring, and I did hope I'd be able to have tea with Illya and Liz. Stella will probably come back to the end in the end too, and it should be quite a fun afternoon. It's almost sunset. It'll be dangerous to go through the forest after the sun goes down, so if I'm going back to the city tonight, I better take my leave of the castle pretty soon, but...
Oh? Shiro, are you not going home? It's already so late, so why don't you just stay here for the night?
Illya called down and stopped me before I could depart.
Milady, I am sure that Emiya-sama has matters of his own to attend to. You must not make unreasonable demands of him. Emiya-sama is a gentleman. Having already come uninvited to the castle, he would surely not be so shameless as to spend the night here as well. Isn't it so, Emiya-sama?
I mean, I'd like to, but the game mechanics require me to be back home at night. So I can make a choice whether to go out or not.
Wait, you wouldn't leave so soon, right, Shiro? You'll spend the night here, right?
Two pairs of eyes, one sweetly pleading and one ice cold, are trained on me in the barrels of a gun. Today's the 4th day. Saber's waiting for me at home, but... Ooh.
No, we're staying for the night.
Yeah. Staying over for just one night should be fine. Saber won't worry too much. I'll call and let her know I'm spending the night at the Einspurn Castle. I like how he's aware that it's the 4th night.
Yep. Shiro? So, are you going to stay here?
Thanks, Illya. Let me take you up on your kind offer. I'd be happy to spend the night here.
Alright, together with Shiro. Now that it's decided, we need to get everything ready. Stella, prepare a room for Shiro.
While Illya bounces up and down happily, Stella silently thinks.
You have no dignity, Emiya Shiro. I misjudged you. Well, I always saw you as a zero in the first place. It's okay, though. It's okay. Enjoy this brief taste of happiness.
You feel a definite pressure coming from Stella.
Liz, get dinner ready. Bring the best wine and meat, and prepare us a feast like no other. Yeah, got it, Illya. I do my best. Today, I hunt the master of the forest.
With that, the ever expressionless Liz leaves the lobby.
Shiro, let's go to the salon. Stella's going to prepare a room for you, so let's relax while we wait for dinner to be ready.
Okay. I'll be in your debt for today, Stella.
Please take no notice of me. Emiya-sama should work to meet Milady's expectations. Please devote every last bit of your energy to play the part of a charming gentleman properly.
Stella quickly looks away and starts up towards the 2nd floor in a huff.
No need for that. My Oni-chan is already plenty charming, even without trying, isn't he?
I wonder. There might be some truth to what Stella said. Illya's clinging tightly to me. When she says something like that while looking up at me this way, I can't help but feel awkward.
It's okay. Just act like you always do. Since it's a special occasion, shouldn't we all eat together tonight? It'll be just like dinner at your house with you, me, Liz, Sella, and Berserker. All 5 of us eating together.
Is she happier having dinner at my place than here, the castle she lives in? Illya seems truly happy as she proposes dinner with the entire family. Well, this is a castle after all, so why don't we? But will Berserker be able to fit in the dining room?
You're right. That might be kind of hard. Maybe I should have him stand outside the window?
That's scary in its own way. Imagining Berserker sitting outside the window, sadly holding his knees, making me think of Saber waiting for me. Makes me think of Saber waiting for me. In that case, let's eat outside. It's a bit cold out, but if we build a fire, it'll be warm enough. If everyone's outside enjoying themselves, it can make for a pretty fun barbecue.
Yeah, I want to do that too, and I'm sure Berserker will love it.
Okay, good. Barbecue is something I can help with, so I'll be able to repay you for letting me stay here. Liz is preparing the meat, so I'll be in charge of the vegetables. Illya, can I use the kitchen? I'll be borrowing the vegetables in there. Wait a second. Why are you clinging to me? Wait, Illya, hold on. At least tell me why you're doing that. I keep struggling when she refuses to release my arm from her grasp.
This is so great. I'm so happy. Thank you, Oni-chan.
Her strength increases as she squeezes me, so I finally just resign myself to it. Illya looks so happy she could cry. I don't know what's gotten into her, but she's happily holding on as hard as she can. Well, it's okay. When I see her face like that, the embarrassment I feel becomes trivial. An unexpected decision to have dinner at the castle. Such a small thing can bring Illya this much joy. I make the same choice every time.
Isn't this the torture room?
Yeah. Well, it's a storage room, but it was used for that.
Yep. This is your room, Emiya-sama. Please proceed.
Seriously? So, after the heartwarming uproar of the barbecue, the reception I'm getting now is colder than ice.
Now then, I shall excuse myself. If you require anything, please call me. But don't actually.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
How can you say that? How am I supposed to sleep in here? Even at the best of times, this castle is in the middle of winter cold. No human could ever sleep here.
Ah, that. In that case, do not worry. In the corner of the room is a sleeping bag. It is an inferior quality article laced with purchased at Mount Miyama, but it shouldn't be too much for you to handle, Emiya-sama.
Just as she said, I could see the sleeping bag and the mattress laid out in the corner of the room. That's not the problem here. Stella, even with the sleeping bag, it's impossible to spend a whole night in here. To ask bluntly, I'd like you to show me to another room. In spite of what you may have heard, I'm just a regular guy. It's not every day that I spend the night in the castle, so I'd like to try sleeping in a luxurious bedroom.
I acknowledge your request, but this is the only guest room available at the moment. My apologies, Emiya-sama, but you have no choice but to agree to stay in this storeroom.
You said it. You definitely just said this is a storeroom.
Oh my, forgive me. I spoke in error. More properly, this guest room was a storeroom an hour ago. It seems the wine from dinner is affecting me. Sure.
Stella giggles, a gentle smile on her face. Wonder if I've ever seen such an unhappy smile before.
My head is swimming. Please excuse me, Emiya-sama, but I shall retire now. I shall now retire for the evening. For your own protection, I should tell you that all the other rooms will be locked, so please do not go walking around the halls unnecessarily. We've just implemented a special burglar extermination spell tonight. To carelessly open the wrong door while looking for the bathroom would be inviting your own death.
This is revenge. This is revenge for everything up until now, isn't it?
You're quite the joker. What reason could I possibly have for seeking revenge on Emiya-sama, who I hold in such high esteem?
She seems to be enjoying herself. It's like she's gloating over the spoils of a victory.
Then allow me to excuse myself. I wish you a memorable night, Emiya-sama.
The devil has fled. She turned off the lights as she went, too, just to be thorough. Well then, placed under the house semi-arrest like this, should I just quietly go to sleep? What do you think?
You know, let's go to sleep cursing Sella. I just want to see what happens.
Alright. It's not like I really have anything to do, but I'll stay up a little while longer. After a reception like that, it won't be so easy for me to calm down enough to sleep. Time is past 10 p.m. In defiance of the late hour, I glare up at the stain on the wall, which, as I've realized, is shaped not unlike a human corpse. I lie on the mattress for an hour. Having held back indignation at my shabby treatment before, there's nothing to do but suck it up and go to sleep. It's cold. It hurts. Can't sleep. Not mentally. I'm physically unable to fall asleep. Is that supposed to be Cell's terrifying plan to crush the spirit of Emishiro? One who sleeps in a storehouse as part of his daily routine? But seriously, it's getting cold in here. I can use another blanket at least. Oh well. An issue I've never given much thought to has become a matter of life or death. I'll slip out for just a minute and look for something I can use as a blanket. My heavy footsteps ring out in the silence of the icy corridor. My apprehensions grow with every step I take. I never gave much thought to what a castle at night would be like, but now that I'm here and all alone at that, I'm starting to feel unsurprisingly a little uneasy. Oh, it's just the wind. I'm on the 4th floor of the castle after all. No wonder the wind up here is stronger. This is bad. I can feel terror mounting by the second. Forget going down to the lobby. At this rate, I'll end up fleeing back to the storeroom before I get to the 3rd floor. And one to blame for this is of course, that's Sella. She sure is thorough, isn't she? Just turning out the lights in the storeroom wasn't good enough for you, huh? I see you didn't rest until the entire hallway was pitch black. That's right. The Ansberg Castle, which knows no sleep, has gone mysteriously dark tonight. I'm guessing this is not because they suddenly decided to save on energy cost either. More than likely, this was done for the sole purpose of harassing me. Damn, you think this is all it takes to beat me? The fear of a scary castle at night is just the thing to get you to learn magic, or so they say. Trembling at the sound of my own footsteps, I advance down the hall. I'm almost at the stairs. If I can make it down the stair to the 1st floor, everything will work out, one way or another. Most of the doors down there should be locked, but the salon is usually left open. Once there, I should be able to pick up as many makeshift blankets as I like. Oh, alright, the lights are on. I guess not even Sella would go as far as to turn out the lobby lights. Calm down, calm down. It'd be kind of scary since it's so wide open, but after that hallway, this is nothing. Right, let's go. I feel my steps grow lighter as I head down to the central staircase. The salon should be that way. Seeing how bright the lobby is, there should be plenty of light spilling out over into the salon too. kind of naive of me. Something about this place is just unsettling. The Rococo interior blanketed darkness is so eerie that I almost expect to see the elegant ghost of some departed aristocrats waltzing around. Enough of this. I don't care anymore. A tablecloth, anything. As stealthily as I can, I enter the room. The sound of my footsteps is concealed completely by the plush carpet. The perfect silence that results is even scarier. If it's this soundless, there's nothing to warn me if someone were to suddenly appear behind me. Wait, did I hear something just now? That I did. In the furthest corner of the room, near the glass-fronted cabinet, something white is moving. Gulp. It seems all sorts of unwelcome visitors have been appearing in the castle lately. The ghosts that wander through the forest. The monster Illya says she saw in the cellar. And here, lurking in the parlor, where the outside light cannot reach. I drop into a crouch and slowly creep further into the room. Using the table as a shield, I try to see a vantage point that will let me escape at any moment and move closer. Who's back there? And who on earth are you? Oh, wait. Huh? Like meeting a blind date for the first time, we stare blankly at each other.
I see. So you were unable to bear the cold and ended up coming down to the first floor in search of a blanket, you say? I must apologize. I forgot too easily that those from outside the castle are accustomed to sleeping in warmer environments.
Yeah, that's right. So it'd be great if you would lend me a blanket.
Understood. I shall bring one without delay.
Still acknowledges my request without a fight this time. It almost seems anticlimactic as long as you finally get a... But as long as I finally get a blanket, I have no complaints.
Forgive the sudden change of subject, but I must apologize once again. Even in the darkness of the parlor, late at night, making you for a burglar was inexcusable, Emiya-sama.
Oh, no problem. I almost did the same. Before I realized you could be down here, I was convinced I'd met a goat.
Forgive the sudden change of subject, but will you be taking breakfast tomorrow morning? Am I correct in assuming that you would prefer rice rather than bread?
Oh no, I'm fine with bread.
Then it is settled. If there is anything else, please kindly inform me now.
Scylla speaks very briskly. She's certainly living up to her image as a refined, efficient maid, but... No, there's nothing else I need. As soon as I have the blanket, I'll go back to my room, so... I hold out my hand expectantly.
Is there something you need, Emiya-sama?
Like I said, the blanket. You don't have to bring it all the way up to the first floor for me. I'll just take it here.
Forgive this further sudden change of subject, but at what time will you rise in the morning, Emiya-sama? If you require a wake-up call, I will see to it that one is arranged for you.
What worries me is this. It really seems like Scylla is obstinately refusing to give me the blanket. Got it. I'll go back to my room. Bring that blanket up as soon as you can, okay? Bidding her good night with that, I turn to head for the staircase.
Are you free now?
Only to find a maid blocking my way.
I am asking if you have time on your hands.
Did you hear a single word of what I just said?
Understood. In that case, I have a task for you. Over to the left of the stairs. Do you see it? Right at the end of the hallway, you will find a staircase leading to the cellar. At the bottom of the stairs, there's a wooden door. Please go through it, make one circuit of the room within, and return here.
Hold on, isn't that the wine cellar you were talking about this afternoon?
Indeed. That is its proper name. What of it?
So let me get this straight. You're telling me to go find out What's going on for you?
I truly regret that I have more pressing matters to attend to at this time, and cannot spare a moment to patrol the wine cellar.
Just so I know, what happens if I refuse?
In that case, I believe I may not be able to deliver the blanket to your room, Emiya-sama.
That's low. You planned this from the very beginning, you dirty maid.
Why, not at all. Needless to say, we shall keep this matter private to ourselves. In any case, if one is to state the facts, we have secretly met at night. I do acknowledge that this may be inconvenient for you as well, Emiya-sama.
Grr. What is this? Just what kind of maid are you? You coerce a guest into doing your job and then blackmail him into silence on top of that? You want to keep Liz from finding out that badly, don't you? Wait, no. That's silly. There's no need to act tough. Just come out and say and ask. Even Liz probably wouldn't laugh at you for that.
That particular matter is none of your concern, Emiya-sama. So which shall it be? Will you undertake the task or not?
I'll do it. I'll do it, but only in one condition. You have to come with me for part of the way. You have to anyway, unless you want to lose face with Liz.
Why is this... That is utterly true. Will accompanying you as far as the hallway down the stairs be satisfactory?
That's fine. Alright then, just make sure to bring me that blanket after I'm through, okay?
Yes, I shall arrange to have one of our finest blankets conveyed to you.
That takes care of that. Then let's go check out the cellar and get this over with. Make our way down the stairs. This staircase is wider than I expected it to be. Must be at least 2 meters across.
Emiya-sama, I would like to add a condition of my own.
Fine. What is it?
Whatever you may encounter down there, speak not a word of it to me afterwards.
I turn instinctively. It's too dark for me to see Stella's face from here, but I can tell that she's sticking close behind me as we proceed. The way she's clenching on the hem of my shirt kind of gave her away. Oh, so no matter what happens or what I see down there, you don't want to hear about it?
Just as you say, whether anything should happen or not, do not speak a word of what you have seen. A simple statement as to whether you encountered any danger or not will suffice.
She's being so insistent about this that I've gone past being surprised by it to the point where I almost feel kinship with her now. As you wish. That's far enough, Stella. You can wait for me here. I'll go down there now and check it out.
Thank you, most graciously. Only remember, Emiya-sama, above all else, keep your lips sealed as to the state of the cellar, and most tightly at that. Silence is golden, as they say.
Her desperation is starting to show through her speech. I'll leave Stella behind and descend to the bottom of the stairs. Now to find the door. This must be it. My hands fumble through the dark until they come up against the solid wood of the door. All I have to do now is go through. Can't turn back now. Can't learn magic if you're afraid of ghosts, as they say. Working up some courage as before, I push on the door. Nothing out of the ordinary so far. There's not so much as a speck of dust anywhere. They do quite a thorough job looking after this place. The lights are out and I can't get a good look, but the room is packed full with what seem to be wine barrels. I expected it to smell a lot more strongly of alcohol than this. I take a few slow, careful steps forward. Sharpening my senses, I probe around the darkness. Everything's in order. Well, it's certainly the right atmosphere for a ghost or two to appear. I don't feel any curses, unresolved grudges, or anything of the sort in the air either. This is nothing but a perfectly normal and healthy, albeit slightly eerie, wine cellar. Like I told her, it's just a regular wine cellar. Something's there. Something dreadful is waiting for me in the dark. couldn't catch what that was. Intimidating aura that sends goosebumps through my whole body. Oh my. This is no ordinary ghost. What I see is a very real pair of fangs just waiting to get me. A monster that can kill a man in one strike. It's here! Sella! It's there, the thing. The one that Illya saw. It's really there.
Yeah, Mama, why are you being this way? The promise, remember the promise. Please refrain from telling me the details. Uphold your word and die with honor.
Stop talking nonsense. It's terrible. Just like an evil dragon's severed head on legs. Ain't gonna face that in the dark.
Please do not jest. There is no way. A creature with a mouth that has a third of its body could not possibly exist.
There's a ton. Fine, I'll bring you to a zoo. You can watch sharks and crocodiles there all day long.
Eek. No, don't come here. The ghost is chasing after you, Emiya-sama.
Make it to the ground level alive. Running on sheer willpower, I managed to keep the speed up despite having Stella firmly attached to my left arm.
It's coming after us.
No. Eek, it's coming after us. Stella, where do we run?
Second floor. Oh no, we must not. We cannot let danger befall milady. Emiya-sama, the outside. There should be fewer victims if we run outside.
Well, I would like to know just who it is that you're planning to sacrifice here. Let's not get into that now. Alright, this should be the way out.
It is not. That is the courtyard, end of the way, no return. In other words, that way is the dead end.
But it's already too late. Two of us run out into the courtyard. The wine cellar monster ends up getting stuck in the doorway. It's over.
Oh, how foolish of me to solicit the help of a human.
We dropped to the ground simultaneously. I could hear a heavy iron grating against the floor. Already resigned to our fate, we turned to face the monster behind our backs.
Of course. Surprised, Shiro and Sella, friends?
I guess now's a good time to point something out. Laser's actually a playable character in Fate Unlimited Codes, the fighting game. I always wondered why, because she has like no role in Fate Stay Night, but I guess this explains it.
Explains everything.
Yep. Reese stares at me at one point.
Laserhead, could it be that the one seen by Emiya-sama in the wine cellar was none other than you? I was just keeping watch over the wine cellar. Because someone came in and leave, I chase here. I see. Emiya-sama, do you have anything you would like to add?
Oh no, absolutely nothing. In fact, the truth of the matter is just that it's just as you can see. There's no need to explain. The mysterious shadow down the wine cellar had been Liz, and mistaking us for thieves, she ended up chasing us up here.
You came in wine cellar, Shiro?
That's right, the story I heard earlier today had been bothering me, so I went to check it out. So as embarrassed as it sounds, I mistook you for a ghost and ran all the way here.
I see. But Sella? Why together with Shiro? Oh no, myself, you see?
As I was running away, I unexpectedly happened to meet Sella in the lobby. Seeing me run around, she got mad and went after me, as always.
Right. Stella always mad.
Luckily, she bought my story without a trace of doubt. Forgive me, Liz. Unfortunately, the don't tell anyone promise with Sella was first.
Him? Just as Emi-sama stated, I had been thinking about visiting the cellar myself. I had not considered the possibility of you being there already. But besides that, Laceret, have you discovered anything unusual in the wine cellar? There was nothing. Just Shiro enter, then leave. Is that so? From the words of Lady Iliasville, who has seen something suspicious, I expected an abnormality to exist. But nothing there. Ghosts not leaving the forest, not entering the castle, it seems. But of course, it is inconceivable for a low-class spirit to be capable of entering the Einsborn castle. Shall such a phantom exist? It could only be an upper-class, well-known character with a reputation. An apparition that is not much more than a dark shadow is a century too young to even pass under a gate.
What a mysterious personality. Sal is clearly afraid of ghosts, yet does not attempt to deny their existence.
What might it be, Emiya-sama? It seems that you would like to add something.
Oh no, just talking to myself. That aside, Stella, the ghosts from the forest can't get into the castle, you say?
They cannot. The castle's anti-spirit defenses are flawless. Had it been otherwise, there would be quite a gathering of forest souls here, would there not?
Uh-huh, so back to that shadow that Illya saw in the basement. Oh, and by the way, Liz, how long have you been doing things like that?
That is... Once in 3 days. That is, the two of us take turns. Nevertheless, we do not go down as low as we did tonight. In return for having superior mobility, Lacer's weakness is shortened period of activity. Working day after day without rest causes her to collapse, unfortunately.
Yeah, that is, but... Oh, is it her? Yeah.
Lacer, don't tell me. I'm sorry, Sella. Here other day, when Illya scared, was going around everywhere. What? So the mysterious shadow that Lady Iliasville had seen was you all along? Yeah, because Shiro afraid and ran away, probably.
I sure did. Bumping into a huge wicked-looking halberd strolling around in the dead of night would catch even Illya off guard.
Laceret, you...
Stella's anger is understandable. Surely there are more peaceful ways of patrolling at night.
Why would you do something like this? Do you not understand the limitations of your body? Yes, but have to do my best for Illya. Castle warm, Illya happy.
What a loyal servant. Doing everything to protect Ilya's peace of mind. She ends up patrolling the place like this every night. That's admirable. You really are fond of Illya, aren't you?
Yes, Illya happy, me happy too.
Ugh, a truly model maid. I suddenly get an urge to go and pat her on the head.
I believe the matter to be clear now. In light of your devotion to Milady, the events of tonight shall be overlooked. Sella, mad? But of course, should you prefer my anger to not develop any further, you shall retreat to your room and have some rest immediately. Your body is not yours alone. Do you understand what I'm saying, Laceret? I'm sorry, Sella. I go back.
Liz walks out of the courtyard, unsteady on her feet. From the back, she looks not too unlike a puppy that's just been abandoned. So, wasn't it a little overboard? She was working so hard for Illya's sake all this time.
Therein lies the problem. Unlike you and me, Liz is unable to change her waking hours whenever she sees fit. Staying up 12 hours a day is no issue for her. As a consequence of exceeding this time, however, her remaining lifespan will be severely affected. Knowing this fact, would you still ask me to forgive her actions tonight?
I see. My bad. I spoke too soon, not knowing the matter fully.
Humph. It appears you have indeed recognized your position as an outsider. Please keep this in mind as a lesson, and kindly refrain from unnecessary remarks in the future.
There's nothing I can reply with. It's true that I've been butting in without much thought to their relationship lately.
Well, perhaps it could not be helped. That is, you are not entirely aware of our abilities, Emiya-sama. While there is nothing to be done about your lack of talent, with great effort, your ignorance can still be overcome. Should you apologize and direct those feelings towards learning, I would be most delighted.
I can't feel the usual sarcasm in her bitter tone. If you see the norm be 100, the one just now was only about 10 thorns. You could even say this instead of outright hatred. I'm being subjected to a mere scolding. I'll do my best. So what about you, Sella? Will you be alright? You told Liz to have some rest, but I bet you've been up just as long. Although you did say something about being different.
I did request that you learn from it, yet still, all of a sudden... Well, no matter. Being as close to Milady as you are, there are some matters you should be aware of. Lacert and myself are much like sisters. No, despite being a pair of homunculi created from the same specimen, we each have a different purpose. While my own body has been made simply as an artificial human, Lacert is also a mystic code made for Illya's use. Whereas I am but a servant maid, Lacert is literally a part of Milady.
Part of Illya. By mystic code, you wouldn't mean...
The dress of heaven.
Oh no, it's narration. The dress of heaven. The external circuit built up over a span of 1,000 years by the Einsberg family to obtain the third sorcery. Illya, who was created as a lesser grail, functions as the original and complete Illya's feel when she wears the dress.
Lacert is a homunculus that exists for the purpose of letting Milady wear the dress of heaven. Therefore, as a homunculus, she lacks some of the basic abilities. You could perhaps say that she is an Einsberg maid pseudo-servant.
Wait, but if she's a pseudo-servant, who's she fused with?
In return for her excellent combat ability as a familiar, Lacert has not been endowed with the entirety of the 5 senses. Her awareness of her own self is rather weak as well.
So the difficulty Liz has with spoken languages isn't due to being unfamiliar with Japanese, but rather...
Emiya-sama, let us not fall victim to misunderstanding. Lacert is by no means behind any one of us. Just the same as Milady, they are crystals of Einsberg knowledge, a showcase of success, if you will. If there is anything to regret, it is a master superiority in the matter. That is, a clump of either, made to be but an aid in materialization of the original dress of heaven, has been given a soul, imperfect as it may be. It's been around 2 years since myself and Lacert have been cast. Going by the years, Lacert would still be a child. There is no concept of age to homunculi, however. All the necessary knowledge and the purpose of our existence had been given to us since the moment we were born. Unlike humans such as yourself, we do not require many years to be pointlessly spent growing to adulthood.
There's no growth mechanism, is what Sella is saying. That is, they will not mature anymore after this point. Hold on, but Illya is definitely...
Milady is a child born of Emiya Kiritsugu's sperm and Lady Irisviel's egg. Indeed, she started off the same way as a human baby. However, her growth has stopped at the present stage. Staying human yet being a homunculus, she is a higher order being, one step above both. From our point of view as homunculi, her existence is no less than a miracle. The lady that may not be touched by the primitive, impure beings known as the original humans.
There's a hint of intoxication in Stella's voice. So that's where all the attacks come from. It's not that she's being protective of Illya as the Einsburn young lady. Instead, it's a genuine pride in resulting prejudice against me. Wait, 2 years? That means you and Liz are my juniors, doesn't it?
As I've already mentioned, the concept of age does not apply to us. We are forever older yet younger than you are. A perfect homunculus is a touch of nature manifested with a human hand. For as long as the planet remains green, as long as there is mana to be found in the air, there is nothing to threaten our lifespan.
Wow, forever young and immortal?
Should the body be destroyed, we will vanish, I'm afraid. In exchange for this greatly extended lifespan, however, our strength as life forms is vastly inferior as well. Laceret is the one who has overcome this issue, but she is far too strongly attuned to the Milady self. Should Milady cease living as she does, Laceret will most likely follow suit.
You mean if Illya dies, so does Liz?
That is correct. Laceret is a part of Milady, a tool for her own use. Thus, like an arm that no longer lives when the body ceases function, she is bound by the same effect. Nevertheless, there is a positive side too. For Laceret, whose sense of self-awareness was weak, the link with Milady allowed her to gain reason. She said it herself not too long ago, did she not? When Milady is happy, she is happy too. That is completely true. Her own sense of self being weak, by projecting Milady's self onto her own, she takes form of a pseudo-human. The treasured Milady that she must protect is also her own self. And moreover, she does tend to forget about her own body in the process. It is akin to putting the cart before the horse.
Exclaimed Stella with amazement. So that is why Liz works hard for Illya's sake, unable to grasp her own self, protecting the hope that is Illya, the one that grants what she lacked within herself from the start. Say, you said that Liz will share Ilya's fate should she fall in danger, right? So what about you, Stella? Being a homunculus all the same.
My connection with Milady does not extend that far. Whereas the casting of Laceret is a mystery known only to the Einsburn, I am a product of 100 kinds of alchemy myself. While I am perfectly able as a homunculus, I could not possibly approach the miracles that Milady and Laceret are. Once they head for their place in heaven, remaining to rot here is my assigned role. Now, what would that expression of yours be? Sympathy from the likes of mere humans is not something I recall ever seeing. While I do not intend to boast, despite lacking in physical ability, my magic circuits are one-of-a-kind creation. Receiving pity from a human, let alone the one known as Emyashiro, who is but half a magus, is simply unthinkable.
Stella is Ilya's teacher as well as magecraft instructor, it would seem. A maid specializing in teaching magic is something like to someone like Illya. I certainly see myself being a pretty pathetic specimen of the human race in her eyes. Half a magus, is it? I've been training pretty hard too. I guess I'm still a featherless chick in your eyes.
Please, chick that has barely learned to move is what you still are, Emiya-sama. I could not possibly trust Milady to your care yet. Humph.
She turns away. I guess even talking me down, she's still in a good mood. I wonder if something good happened. Somehow, I think I saw a hint of a smile on her profile.
Oh, that reminds me. As I have promised, a blanket has been arranged for you. I trust it will have been delivered to your room by the time you return.
I see, thanks. With Liz here, I totally forgot.
In that case, please excuse me as I take my leave here. You have my gratitude for the wine cellar and the courtyard. Shall there be anything you require, I will respond in kind.
Her back straight as a broom handle, Stella briskly walks away. Alright then. I guess I should go back to my room, too. After all that happened, body and mind tired, I ought to fall asleep in no time. The night wears on. It's just a bit too cold to fall asleep, but I'll probably manage somehow. Alright, let's go to sleep. There's nothing else to do here after all. Wrapping myself into nearly non-existent bedding, I close my eyes. I put my brief struggle to rest. I leave many things untouched and just relax. In the castle far removed from town, the fourth night grows old. It's like a dying hour of an old dog. Without realizing the moment is perched on the edge of death's maw, I fall asleep the same as always.
I like how even after their bonding, she still doesn't want to give him a different room.
Yeah. Alright. I think we ended there for today. It's getting late, so I think we'll start the next stream by looking at the stuff we unlocked, and then continue from there.
Okay.
Alright, yep, so thanks for watching, everyone. We will be back on tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I'm glad we managed to get to Illya's castle today. Actually, another thing we have to do when we start tomorrow is check it out in the extra section, because we only got a portion of the game. There's actually like a couple more levels we didn't see.
Ooh.
Yep. So, see y'all then. Later.